Hey guys, what's going on? FY My Pawn here, and welcome back to Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Since we last left off, we managed to make our way all the way through the Ivory Sanctum, but we did end up having a few hiccups nearing the end, having to expend a few spells in order to progress forward. Naturally, this game is going to be hard at some points, so this is just one of those instances where I had to suck it up and bite the bullet. For this stream, we are going to, as you can probably guess by the title, commit some betrayal. We're going to loot the Ivory Sanctum for all it's worth, and we'll see what we end up getting into after the fact. Hopefully we'll get to our Necroplis, which is going to be available to us, I do believe, at this point. So, without further ado, let's get into things and see what happens. Alright. Now then. Yeah, if I do recall correctly, yeah, we've only just left off. I would have fought him another time, but unfortunately that's just not convenient for us currently. It appears we got an old grimoire, we've got a scroll of inflict serious wounds, and an unidentified helm, which is a headband of vast intelligence +6, which is surely going to be useful for our cleric. We've also got Xanthir Fang's notebook. We've got this, which is a diary of the student to a plagued one. We've got a bonus to a stat, I guess. There's a few other things in here that's sure to be useful. Mainly just loot here and there. Okay, Element of Nature Divine, yeah, nothing too crazy. Okay, there's a few more things here. Pick the lock, I guess. Touch of Mercy. It is a falchion. A +4 bleed falchion, no less. Alright, whenever this +4 bleed falchion confirms a critical hit on an already bleeding enemy whose hit points are below 80, it instantly kills the target. Oh god, that's horrible. That's horribly powerful. Oh god. That's scary. Jesus. Yeah, no, if you bring somebody down to 80, oh god, that's impressive. Alright, lore nature.
I'm not mad enough to do it.
Apparently, we failed the check, so we're gonna load here. We don't want to, perish. Hello, Aqueduct, how you doing? I'm doing quite well, myself. This is gonna be one of the more narrative series, so you're gonna hear me roleplay a lot, or at the very least, converse a lot. Okay.
No.
Seriously? Okay, I'm gonna have to load a few more times then. Seems this is gonna be a difficult check. At least I would assume. Hard to say. Alright, come on.
Did you see that?
A magic sarcophagus with a tight-fitting lid. The locust creature can sleep inside. It's unafraid that the swarm will disperse. Okay, so it's sort of like a vampire coffin then. Oh, whoops. There we go. Yeah, I saw. I mean, I appreciate the support. Holy shit. I was not expecting to get at least over 5-10 followers just off the bat. It was shocking.
This way.
Like, I just saw it like one day, I'm just like, oh god, what the hell happened? Okay, we've got this entrance here, which leads up some stairs.
Wherever my legs carry me.
Oh, hello, a secret... Oh, okay, so that's the room. What else is there, if anything? Oh, I guess it's just I guess the demon did say that it was connected to her room, wasn't it? Although this doesn't change the fact that I'm gonna have to majorly heal at this point. and deal with the fatigue status. Okay. We're going to have to get some cures. Let's see what we got. I don't got much in the way of healing, but I think I can arrange something. 1 second. Let's see. Okay, spells, 7th level. Here we go. Let's go with Blessing of Unlife for the tank, Beastman, and Trapjaw. That way, they can start healing from negative energy. And we'll just heal undead here, I guess. Okay, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Alright, that's most of the characters healed, except for Evelyn and Triclops. The only one suffering negative levels currently is Evelyn, as expected, because we had to use 2 spells to bring her back to life. So I think we need a restoration, I believe. Where's the restoration? It's somewhere here. God. Such a hoarder when it comes to scrolls and potions, but it's necessary for this game. Okay, remove paralysis is not what we want. Should be in... Here we go. Restoration, yep. We'll just use one of those. I'll get rid of one of the levels. I guess we'll do 2, just so we're at full. Then we'll do a mass heal until fully healed. Do the same for Triclops. He's... Wait, hold on. Is he taking damage? No, he is. He's healing. Yeah, there we go. Not sure why he didn't fully heal there, but whatever. We'll save. And off we go. Well, with the group, that is. Organize up. And off we go. Baphomet cultists and Jerebeth. Here we go. Okay, organize up. And let's begin. Let's see how Jerebeth fares. You discover Jerebeth engrossed in a task. She is holding a locust between 2 delicate clawed fingers. One of the locusts that previously comprised Xanthia Vang. And you watch as she slowly pushes a needle into its body. The demon observes the locust's convulsions with fascination. This will require a lot of work. A lot of work to preserve this beauty. You did as you promised, Crusader. But do you know that making deals with demons is a losing game, yes? Lucky for you, I enjoy playing mortals so much that I keep up the act and fulfill my part of the bargain. Ask me a question, I will answer. I want to look Baphomet cultists around for me. Zanedra, do you know where I can find her? That is because he is Skeletor from He-Man. I am currently playing a Lich playthrough of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Zendra is a crafty and shrewd liar. She has a hideout right under your nose, not far from Dresden. Search the temples of your good deities. Search them carefully. One of them is larger than it looks. I promised to answer your question, and I did. Now the only thing standing between me and control of the Ivory Sanctum is you. Well, that's unfortunate. I see. So you wish to betray me then, hmm? Suit yourself. I mean, I was kind of expecting it given the nature of this character, but yeah.
I'll just have to resort to brute force.
We're gonna use the stun here. There you go. Oh! Jeez. That's a big summon. Alright, focus on them. Skeletor is going to focus on Jerebeth then. There we go.
May I see your entrails, please?
See you later, Jerebeth, I guess. Oh god, it's another bot. Oh dear. Okay, well, I know what to do. Give me a second. Oh, I keep moving down. That's fine, though. Okay, one sec. Yeah, I am very much against advertisements like that. That's just rude. Well, at the very least we dealt with Jerebeth, but she's not completely dead, as demons usually, when they die on this plane, usually just get sent back to their home plane. As is the Pathfinder lore of things. But it does seem we got an extended metamagic rod for our troubles, so it's not completely bad. Apparently Jerebeth decided to betray us, which was the demon who, was, quote-unquote, supporting us to help deal with the Baphomet cultists. I was intending to betray her anyways, so it just works out in the end, but kinda sucks. It seems we got an area exit here, compared to the outside. So, nothing too crazy. Let's save here. I think we've gotten everything from this room, though. So, let's go. Yeah, basically the demon got hostile and attacked when I asked a question. It kinda is nature for these guys to do that sort of thing. Okay, we are going to... I think we can teleport back, and then we can go to the Temple of the Good Hunt, actually. First, we're going to check out the Crusade, and see if there's anything in particular that's of interest. It appears the Xanthia experiments are one such thing. There's Dragons in Care, and we've got an Omelet Innovation. Okay. They're just waiting for us in Dresden, for the most part. Okay. Okay, is there anything I need to ultimately change here? No. No, I don't need to do anything right now. The only thing that would interest me is, removes units with a total value of 500. Oh god. Let's see. Yeah, we're not going to go the swarm route, so we're not going to touch that. So, what we're going to do is, yeah. Oh, 1 second. Oh, there's an ad? I had no idea. Is there? Alright, hold on. There's something going on in the background. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, no, Alright, I'm back. Yeah, no, Glorious Fiber was, apparently introducing an advertisement to increase channel growth. I'm not a fan of that sort of thing. It's just... People come in from time to time and, try and advertise to get people to join my stream, and try and pay for money. I don't like that. It's very rude, yeah. If it keeps happening, I'm probably just going to get rid of them by banning, but I want to avoid that chance of them being like potential viewers, so yeah. I try not to ban them if I can avoid it. Alright, let's go here. What's going on here? Before you, exhausted and seated on the ground, is none other than Fawn. He looks up at you in surprise. Commander, I wasn't expecting to see you here. It appears my luck hasn't run out just yet. May I ask for your help? You notice a sizable amount of blood pooled by his leg. A belt is tied around one leg below the knee, but that doesn't appear to have stopped the bleeding. What are you doing here? I was tracking Kalisa and found her lair not far from here. Again we fought, and again she was able to wound me. She is following my trail here as we speak. Alright, let's survey the area first. Fawn's strength has failed him at the worst possible time. He has stopped to rest in the middle of an open area, where a deadly arrow may come flying from any direction, and anyone approaching him to help will likewise be in danger. Fawn has lost a lot of blood. Judging by the pool around his boot, he should have collapsed into the unconsciousness long ago. He must truly be a resilient fighter. I find this all very suspicious. He can't be trusted. An elf seems to have appeared out of thin air. She shoots Fawn a hateful glare. This is a trap. Fawn is an assassin of the Winter Council, and he's come here to kill you. Grabbing his weapon, Fawn shouts out forcefully. Watch out! She's stronger and deadlier than she looks. Slay her before she kills us both. A trap? What are you talking about? His wound is just for show. He's unharmed and at full strength. His goal is to lure you into so his cronies can attack you. I bet they're hiding nearby, waiting for the right moment. Kalisa surveys the seemingly barren landscape with suspiciously. Fawn chuckles coldly. An ambush. Who's lying to us? Her or our own eyes? Why would Fawn want to kill me? He's a cold-blooded assassin sent by the Winter Council. That cabal of scumbags dispatched him whenever it needs an inconvenient truth covered up. And as for anyone unlucky enough to learn such truths that might sully our people's good name, well, he washes it all away with their blood. Fawn mutters, his face scrunches up in contempt. Another lie. Will you ever tire of your deceit, accursed wretch? And why did you decide to intervene? You spared me. Let's say I'm repaying the debt. She gives you a stony look. Or do you think that since I'm a drow, I don't know the meaning of honor? I believe Kalisa. Fawn, your deception ends here. Fawn rises to his feet. His movements make it obvious that his injured leg was nothing more than a ruse. That's a shame. If you had just believed me, this would have been over more quickly and less painfully. It's unlikely that my associates will grant you an easy death now. Not hiding his contempt, Fawn nods in the direction of the Dark Elves that have appeared out of the shadows. Fawn, have you gone mad? I was tasked with keeping secrets of Kalisa discovered from getting out. Knowing your reputation, I was certain that you would otherwise and unearth them in short order. Therefore, I had no choice but to do this. No one is to blame for this. It's just the way things turned out. Who do you really serve? Fawn's voice is full of pride. I serve my people and no one else. Being an elf is not just a privilege, it's an obligation that I bear with honor, no matter how heavily it may weigh on me at times. Kailasa's words are cold and biting. Liar. You serve a pack of unscrupulous scumbags. A cliché of self-righteous schemers. In order to protect their lives, you murder the innocent. Then you hide behind words like duty. How could you ally yourself with the Drow? You are a demon worshipper? His voice trembles tragically. I did not seek this perverted alliance, yet it was inevitable. These extreme circumstances forced me to end your life. Anamora also sought your death, so joining forces was mutually beneficial. If things were different, I would be the first to rise up against her, but it just so happens that you've suddenly become a greater threat to my nation than she is. Kailasa is scowling, her tone acribic. The Winter Council believes that honor is the perfect shield against any accusations of ignominious acts. Why did you ask for my help in your hunt for Kailasa? I would have preferred not to have involved you in this matter, and put her to death myself. Then, I wouldn't have to kill you as well. Form sighs quietly, but after my first clash with Kailasa, I realized I didn't have the strength. Thus I decided to use you instead, and I provided some motivation. I set up those skirmishes with the Drow so that my words would seem more plausible. I regret that I had to stoop to such baseness, but even more I regret that it was unsuccessful. You will pay for your deception, Elf. Ford addresses you in a calm and somewhat sorrowful manner. I am sorry for having to do this. Believe me, I take no pleasure in carrying out this order, but circumstances are stronger than our desires.
Time for words has passed.
Alright, well, I wasn't expecting to get hostile immediately, but I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles. Alright, let's see. We got a few characters here that we gotta focus in on. Let's see, Will 8, Will 10s. Forn is going to be an annoying character to deal with, but I think the casters need to go first. Because otherwise, we're just going to have a rough time. And it seems like they're going to be using a lot of enervation, well, not enervation, but strength draining spells currently, so... Oh, it seems like everybody's going after Skeletor here. Lovely. Okay. Okay, there goes Skeletor. Thankfully, he's not completely dead. But I kind of expected them to focus Skeletor at this point. Okay, Evelyn, we want you to put... Oh god, they're gonna start attacking Skeletor quite a lot, so we want to focus on this one. There you go. There goes the Skeletor again. But thankfully all the melee users are done with the melee combatants, so... There we go. Even in the face of death, Forn maintains his melancholic tranquility. I knew I would die like this, on the edge of the world, defeating the threads of nobility that weave my race into a single, glorious nation. Well, at least I do not die in vain. Hello, Turnips. Nice to meet ya. Whose orders are you following? He smiles sadly. You think that, since I'm at death's door, I will reveal my secrets of my superiors? You're mistaken. I, and others like me, know how to make our hearts stop beating before any treacherous words can spill from our mouths. I will remain loyal until the end. Hello, Vizurg and Jate Stallion. Nice to see you all. I certainly wasn't... Yeah. It's nice to see you guys. I'm currently just going through some dialogue, so excuse me if I delay my, conversations a bit. Aren't you ashamed of what you did? With a mournful look, Fawn says, you wouldn't understand. You are not of my people. Just die already, backstabbing wretch. Fawn closes his eyes, and a quiet, peaceful breath escapes his lips. His chest stops heaving, and a finger he had wrapped around his weapon goes limp. There's a deep bitterness in Kylessa's voice. He even managed to die gracefully, despite being a complete scoundrel. Can I finally get an explanation as to what just happened? Fawn wasn't a dark hunter, he was just a hunter. He served the Winter Council, a powerful elven organization. It wasn't me, it wants me dead because I learned a very dark secret. That's why they sent Fawn to kill me. And everyone I could potentially have told about it. Meaning you, soldier. Tell me about yourself. The whole truth. With a weary sigh, she says in a hollow voice, I was born in Keonan, in the blessed force of the elves. I was different back then, pure and noble. But no matter how beautiful and fair Keonan was, it had its share of injustice, cruelty, and crimes committed with impunity, and I never could stand crimes going unpunished. I joined the Sunset Wasps, a secret sect of vigilantes dedicated to Callistria. By night, we would bring justice to those whom the law had failed to punish. Liars, traitors, molesters, murderers. But the further we went, the more our doubts grew. We asked ourselves, how reliable was the information we were getting? Could there have been any mistakes? Alas, it was too late. The whole time we were puppets in the hand of a priestess of Discari by the name of Anamora. That monster has been toying with us, using us to kill innocents. The wasp was revealed to be a locust, and we were unmasked as criminals, outcasts. We were wanted to have nowhere to turn. The only option was to bend a knee to Anamora, who promised us protection. I was the only one who refused, but I was captured and taken by force. Then, under Anamora's watchful eye, our apprenticeship began. We did dark, horrible things, bathing in violence and spite, myself included. I did them too. At first I was controlled by magic. Then they broke me. And a dark fate, the curse of our people, took us one by one, until it finally embraced me as well. When I saw the monster I had become, I mustered what remained of my will and fled. I wanted to tell everyone the truth. Tell them how we got caught in the demon's trap. Let the world know about the dark fate. But Anamora's hunters, my former comrades, they came for me. And they weren't the only ones, as it turned out. Tell me more about Anamora. She is a true drow. One who was never a normal elf. And even among drow, she's a dangerous monster. The deadliest of Discari's servants. Fear her. Her flesh nurses swarms of terrifying creatures, and her mind. I've learned the danger of her guile firsthand. The Winter Council. What sort of organization is it? The Winter Council is a legend, but few doubt its existence. It is said to be a clique of influential elves of Keonan, a mysterious group that watches over the interests of elvenkind, protecting them, by any means necessary. Murder, espionage, blackmail, no tool is excessive for them, if their reputation and honor of the elven nation are at stake. When I decided to tell the world the truth about the Dark Fates, the bane of our kind, I signed my own death warrant in the eyes of the Winter Council. They don't want elves to be tarnished by their association with the ignoble drow. They're too scared of being held responsible for the crimes that their dark cousins. It's better to hide this dangerous truth and destroy everyone who knows it. Alright, what's the Dark Fate? It's been assumed since time immemorial that the Drow are either a degenerate branch of our kind, or an abhorrent perversion, a mockery fostered by the dark gods. But the truth is that the chasm between the elves and the Drow is much smaller than one might think. Any elf can become a Drow. Absolutely anyone. Whenever an elf commits unthinkable evil, letting darkness into their hearts, they may one day transform. The dark fate is a state of the soul of an unrepentant malefactor who detests the light. An elf like that is no different from a Drow, both in appearance and in spirit, and thus they become Drow. Kalissa smiles mirthlessly. Her face shows immense fatigue of the months of wandering, fighting for survival. Such cruel irony. The elves were trying so desperately to convince everyone that they have nothing to do with the Drow, the most vile, horrid race in the world. And it turns out that the distance between a normal elf and a Drow is but a single step. So what now then? Now I ask one last favor of you. I still have friends left in Keonan. Real friends. Ones I can trust. Send a letter to Avenera, to the leader of the border defenders. Recount my tragic tale so it doesn't die as the Winter Council wants it to. Since I won't have the chance to speak this truth myself. Because you will have to end my life now, soldier. She looks at you calmly, wearily. There's neither threat nor fear in her words, only a plea for, and acceptance of, the inevitable. Why do you seek death? The dark fate is claiming me. I can feel the malevolence and the hatred in my heart growing fiercer with each day that passes. The memories of the crimes I was forced to commit are clouding the world before me. I refuse to tread the path any further, to turn into a monster. If you have any mercy, I beg you, kill me and end my torment. Very well. Goodbye, soldier. Alright, let's do this with the stick. As he slowly approaches. Not sure why he's being very slow about it, but whatever. Yep, just a single thwap. That's all it takes.
No, I can't. Too dangerous. Well, then I insisted, but I should. I need that.
Alright, well, I wasn't expecting that outcome, but hey, it was kind of expected given the circumstances. At least we were able to clear up shop and deal with most threats without too much hassle.
I'll take the bait.
Alright, there's some loot over here. We can grab that. There we go. The fast healing's coming in clutch thanks to the Commander's Banner. So that's nice. Got some loot here. Some blindness scrolls, it seems. Otherwise, no other loot is seen. Is there anything I need to equip? Price in descending order? Not really. +3 keen Elven Curve Blade. If it misses, the next attack is made with a +3 bonus on the attack roll. Multiple applications of this bonus stack until the weapon lands a hit. Oh. That's a scary weapon. Oh god. Never mind the fact that it's keen. Jesus. Well, I'm certainly not complaining. Alright, let's enter Dresden, and let's see what edicts we have to cover. Alright, here we are. The resonant voice of a majestic angel rings out through the hushed streets of Dresden. You hear his words from afar. They concealed it right under our noses, and without Xanthir's notes, that incarnation of corruption, even I would not have been able to locate the barrier. Surely the Herald of the Inheritor can get rid of, God words. Surely the Herald of the Inheritor can rid us of this scourge. Irbeth stumbles over her words slightly. It is impossible, righteous one. I cannot do it alone. But wait, I hear the steps of the one who brings hope. I am the Hand of the Inheritor, Herald of Iomedae the Lightbringer, and I greet you, Champion of Golarion. The angel in gleaming gold armor drops to one knee. I hope you have come here to be useful and not to meddle in my affairs. The angel doesn't respond to the chilly greeting. Just so. Aiding Crusade and its leader is my sacred duty. What brings Iomedae's herald here? Your deeds and exploits, champion. You have brought hope to these accursed lands. Hope that the demon invasion will finally be stopped once and for all. And I am here to aid my goddess's chosen one. What did you discuss with Irbeth? This. The angel gestures towards a symbol on the paving stones. The Ivory Sanctum held a dark secret, directly beneath Dresden, in the bowels of the earth. Opinion on the Muppet rap? Give me a second. I'm not sure what that is. I'm gonna try and avoid playing sorts of audios on Twitch, mainly because I don't want to drag it up, but... I mean, from what I can see, just first personal experiences, just looking at it, it looks like a Muppet rap battle, just from immediately, from the looks of it. Ah, the Muppets. I haven't watched the Muppets, to be honest. Oh, it's a cipher? Then I haven't seen it, so I don't really have an opinion on it yet. Alright, let's see. Directly beneath Dresden, in the bowels of the earth, there lies one more bastion of the demons, the Midnight Fane. It is the repository of a mighty rift through the spawn of the abyss. Travel to Golarion. The entrance of this place is right in front of us, blocked by a barrier that is accessible only to demons. So, this is where Minago fled to, and where all the demons in the city have been coming from. They can pass through the barrier freely, but we can't. And that doesn't just stop us. It injures us too. It is much worse than that. The barrier is imbued with enormous power. An attempt to break through the trigger a magical explosion. I could protect you in the city from it, but even my powers will be insufficient to hold the chaos and open the way. This is what disturbs me most. We cannot allow the demons to rebuild their armies and plot their next attack right below the sacred heart of a crusade. Oh, I see. There must be a... What do you think we should do? I think you should continue with the crusade, making sure to carefully investigate all demonic and cultist activity. Sooner or later, we will learn how to breach the barrier without triggering an explosion. Until then, I shall stand watch here and safeguard the city's peace. Okay, so... Yeah, no, there's literally demon forces under our feet, and waiting to just exploit us. That's not fun. This is all I can help you with currently, champion. Is there anything you wish to ask me? What do you think of the Sword of Valor? It has changed under the effect of my powers. The Herald raises a hand. Do not fret, champion. The great relic given to the world by my Lady Iomade will continue to serve you just as it served all people before now. The Sword of Valor has not lost its protective properties. It has merely changed its design. Some might call it blasphemous, but not I, for the powers that changed the banner's design was given to you by Iomade herself. It seems that I caused the Sword of Valor to change. Blood from the wound on my chest fell onto the banner, and that means this mysterious wound is a mark of valor, given to you by my mistress, setting you apart from all the rest, champion. Alright, I'm gonna have to deny that one specifically for the R word. I hope you don't mind, Vizurg. I don't exactly want to step onto that boundary too much, so I apologize for cutting that one specifically. Ah. Well, yeah, no. That E just really made things horrible. Don't worry, though. No, it's fine, it's fine. You're free to repost if you wish. I just blocked the term, basically. Are you sure this is a gift from Iomade? No, I could be mistaken and unable to perceive the full truth. The Inheritor's thoughts are hidden to me, for I am but her hand. I do not test her will with my doubts, nor crave answers to my questions. I simply trust and serve. But I know that if your body has been harmed by malevolent fiends, my goddess would have extended her mercy to you and healed you. Why did the goddess bestow this wound on me? Because this world is yours, champion, is bleeding, and my lady's chosen one carries a crimson mark as a sign of the great suffering borne by mortal kind. The scarlet drops on your chest. They are the blood of all the martyrs and the innocents. That is how I see it. Can you heal me? Defy my lady's will? It pains me, but I must refuse you, champion. If you are suffering from the affliction, it must be part of the Inheritor's design. The pain serves to remind you of the path you must take. I have heard you. Do not allow doubt and fear to enter your heart. My lady will not abandon us. Alright, about yourself and your goddess. I will gladly answer any questions. What's it like being the herald of a deity? It is a great honor and a great responsibility. The herald is not always the strongest among the deity's servants, but a herald is always one who embodies the key principles of their faith. This means that I am bound to uphold the highest ideals of Iomade: righteous valor, justice, and honor. This is a tall order even for an angel, but I cannot falter in my duty even slightly. Therein lies my service to the goddess and the thousands of her faithful followers. What does a herald usually do? I serve as the hand and voice of the goddess, carrying out her will and delivering her message. When her radiance has no tasks for me, I am occupied by the same duties as other warriors of heaven. I keep unfailingly watching over the goddess's domain. I escort souls of the faithful to Pharasma's court, and then on to their waiting afterlife. I also watch over the goddess's chosen, and when the opportunity arises, I descend into hell to engage the honest combat with the devils. It allows me to study their tactics. What is Iomade like? The herald chuckles softly. No doubt you are hoping to hear a tale of her untold divine might, and the awe she addicts in those around her. Yes, it is true of the Inheritor, but it is also true that she seemed much closer and understandable to you than others, such as myself. For example, Iomade... God, I said that so weird. Iomade was born an ordinary person in the cursed lands of Cheliax, and traveled a long road before she became the righteous queen of heaven. But she had never forgotten what she was before. I am older than my lady goddess, much older, and still I bow before her foresight and wisdom. We immortals who spend much of our time on the outer planes can sometimes struggle to comprehend the pain, fear, and joy that mortals feel. But not Iomade. She is a human, and she is divine. Why is heaven not aiding the Crusaders? He could have destroyed the world not long ago. You cannot imagine how your question fills me with sorrow. My greatest desire since the day of the world would opened was to come here at the head of the light-bringing army and drive out the legions of darkness, to harry them until they were cowering in the farthest corners of the abyss. But alas, we, the first servants of the god, are greatly restricted in what we can do. The Crusades are the mortals' battle for their own world. If I bring angelic forces here, it will become a war between heaven and the abyss. Waves of power, magic incinerating everything within sight. Armies of celestials and demons fighting in every corner of the world. The consequences would be horrific. Remember, everything... 1 second. Alright, apologies for that. It seems I will need to take a break in a bit, but I'll continue the conversation until I am called away. Remember, everything you have seen up till now has been the work of only 2 demon lords, Disgari and Baphomet. But in the Abyss there are dozens of creatures with similar power. They are dissimulated and despise one another almost as much as they despise all that is light and righteous. But be sure that they will not miss a chance to sink their teeth into heaven's throat. If all the demon lords marched into Golarion, it would be the stuff of nightmares, and it cannot be allowed to become a reality. If you can't interfere with the course of the crusade, why are you helping me? There's permissible interference, and then there's crossing the line. I was permitted to create a wardstone and gift them to the Crusaders to offer my advice, and from time to time even appear on the battlefield myself to accompany several allies. This does not stray beyond the boundaries of the Mortals' War. I could have been summoned with equal success by a faithful cleric. But the appearance here of heaven's multitudinous host of full force is another matter entirely. Alas, for now I can only offer you this: my presence and a small troop of my loyal soldiers rather. Tell me about the angels. How are angels made? Like other supernatural beings, we most often, though not always, are born from the souls of mortals. You must be aware of the grand laws governing the cycle of birth and death. After Pharasma's court, each mortal soul receives the merited afterlife. Hell in the abyss, heaven in Elysium. Each soul goes to the plane that's called to them in life. But when they arrive at their destination, a different fate awaits each soul. Where evil reigns supreme, souls typically become commodities or prey, and scant few are reborn as wicked fiends. That's all good, Aqueduct. You have a good one, man. Where evil reigns supreme, souls typically become commodities. Well, I already said that, my bad. Yeah, you have a good night, Aqueduct. In the plains of good, souls are destined for peaceful rest, or great deeds in new guise. Such is the lot of angels. We are born from the souls of noble mortals, one soul or several, it can vary. Sometimes the gods can also create angels out of the essence of their plane. but this essence also contains fragments of good souls. What is the difference between angels and mortals, then? That is a question for sages and philosophers to debate. I am just a simple warrior. The hand of the inheritor's voice sounds cheerful, but becomes increasingly solemn as it continues. Although many supernatural beings are born from the souls of mortals, we are not mortals. We are cut from the cloth of the plane from which we originate. We are an idea made of flesh. Many things mortals care deeply about mean nothing to us, such as time, for instance, or gender. Only few of my kind see themselves as male or female. For the majority of angels, these words are meaningless. We can communicate with any creature without learning their language, and we do not freeze in even the most terrible frost. We are different, but we will never look down on mortals because of that, and we will never, ever stop praying for you, or protecting you. Alright, I need to be right back. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be. I'm assuming like 5-10 minutes, but when I return, I should be able to continue on. So, see you guys in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Just give me a few minutes to catch my breath, and I'll be back with you guys shortly. Alright, I am now back. Apologies for the delay. Due to the incidence of being busy for that long, I will be streaming for an extra 20-30 minutes, I'd say, for stream, so... just to make up time, that's all. A dying angel appeared before me in the dungeons beneath Necroplis. He had left his flaming sword in the rubble there. The hand of the inheritor hangs his head. I can guess who it was. L'Ariel, my long-lost comrade and friend. He disappeared without a trace back in those days when the Dark World Wound opened its jaws for a second time, and swallowed up the new lands. I mourn him bitterly today, as I did back then, but I also rejoice that he was able to call to us, to you, across the expanse of time. We lose old allies and gain new ones, and we will not suffer, no matter how great the loss is, no matter how deadly the enemy. In Necroplis, I touched the Warstone and I saw angels trapped inside. The Herald of Iomade gives a sigh beneath his helmet. It was a heavy decision for all of us. My mistress sent a call out to take a stand against the demons, and many angels of heaven answered it. We chose the noblest and bravest from amongst those who volunteered to sacrifice their freedom for the sake of Golarion. And we locked their souls inside the Wardstones. They were fated to stand guard there, inside the cold depths of stone, pitting their unbending will against creeping demonic corruption. But alas, the goddess and I failed to account for the weakness that lurks even in the best of us. Time has not been kind to my brothers and sisters. Despair has taken root in their souls, forcing them to act against their goddess and their calling. Thank you for being brave enough to put an end to their vigil. I pray that the gods of the light will help my brothers and sisters, wherever they may be now. I do not condemn them. I do not know if I could have withstood the demonic corruption if I had been in their place. The Herald shakes his head despondently. Thank you. I found out everything I wanted to know. Can you tell me anything about my power? I'm afraid not. Even I am not privy to all the workings of my radiant mistress. I believe that she has chosen you, and I know that she watches over her chosen ones most affectionately. She does not lead mortals by the hand, but allows them to prove themselves, to prove that they are worthy of her divine mercy. I sense the dark roots have sprouted from the seed of power in your soul. I offer no condemnation. You have led crusaders to victory over evil, and that means that you are on a true path. Even if you strayed at some point in your past, it is not the end, and much still lies ahead. While Iomade was still mortal, she underwent the test of the Starstone, and gained her godhood. It may well be that you are experiencing a similar trial, at the end of which you will gain true righteousness and power. Alright, I have to go. May Omedai's light be with you. And we're immediately brought over here, teleportation style. Oh god. Some say that being a kind person is hard work, and that most people can't do it. Is that true? Look at the people standing next to you. Don't you want to love these people? Is it so hard to smile at them? To say a kind word? To share with those in need? Don't you feel joy when you do something good for others? And isn't it wonderful when they do the same for you? Kindness is the easiest and most pleasant thing in the world. A crowd has gathered in the street, young and old, civilians and soldiers. Everyone is listening to the frail elf girl, captivated by her delicate voice, as it rings out. And what of the ungrateful assholes, huh? You do good for them, and they just shit on you in the return. Just don't be like them. And don't get angry at people. They don't know what they're doing. Don't abandon their silliness and sins. Keep doing good. And you'll see, sooner or later, they'll realize they were wrong. What is this meeting? I'm just talking to good people who want to listen. That girl can talk. Of course, no one's going to live by their sermons, but listening to her is nicer than listening to the bards and their songs. Oh, speak for yourself, sinner. I feel myself getting better, kinder, and more spiritual after every sermon. Really? Well, do a good deed then. Give me something from your from your shop for free. The end of the squabble is drowned out by laughter of the crowd. Oh, enough of this nonsense. Your preaching won't make anyone kinder. You think so? Ember looks at the crowd gathered around her. But they are listening to me. Why else would they have come here? Oh, Commander, don't spoil the mood. Right. If she starts preaching, then what are we going to do? To that pathetic theater? To look at the Cyclops? Oh, don't listen to him, girl. Keep the sweet lies coming. Alright. Ember looks at you hesitantly, then turns to the crowd and keeps preaching. I was talking about being kind to your neighbors. Well, that's something, I suppose. Well, it's none of my business at the end of the day, so whatever, I suppose. Alright, let's see. You don't understand. If you don't tend to the wounds, they might be infected. Our tribesmen will get a fever even worse, and the entire epidemic might begin. Excellent. The future has no place for weaklings. Those whose bodies can't handle the wounds will die and stop burdening us with their presence. And the rest will become stronger and tougher, hardened. I am culling my tribe. Your tribes? What do you think you are, Kreen? This is not the way Nishers live. What are you arguing about? Winterdog casts an arrogant glance at Soul. Sald still can't shake the delusion that he's the chief of the Neithers. He thinks being old and frail will protect him from my wrath when my patience runs out. It won't. Soul's voice is stubborn, but with a hint of cautious. You are young, you are spiteful. You've seen little and know little. I'm still responsible for the tribe, and stop threatening me, because I am mightily old, which means I'm not afraid of death. Well, Doug, this old man talks too much. Teach him a lesson. Grinning with satisfaction, the hunter deals a lightning-fast blow. Blood and snot sputter from Soul's nose. The old man grunts, stunned, and drops to his knees. Don't you ever say anything like that to Commander, you old fool. Do I have to hit you again? waiting for the old man to shake his head, Winnidog nods with contempt.
What? Are you crying? Stop it. Snubbling old men are disgusting.
So, do you think Winnidog is a bad chief?
She's true merciless to her fellow tribesmen. For her, all of us are tools of war. If it keeps going like this, the tribe will be blood dry. You are definitely not a tool of war, Sol. Don't be afraid. A great future awaits our tribe. When only the mightiest remain in its ranks, they will produce strong and hardy offspring, who will inhabit the lands we conquer. The weak will also be useful. They'll shed blood to nourish our new lands.
Why can't Sol still be the leader of the tribe?
Strange change. Let the young make new roads for the tribe in the new world. Although, of course, I've never pictured Winnidog as my successor. You pictured Lan, that spineless scum. Enough whining, I'm sick of it. If Lan was leading tribe, you would still be sitting in the hole you called your home. Should thank your destiny for sending the tribe a leader like me. And a patron like our master, of course.
Life doesn't stand still. Get used to the new chief and the new times you're living in, old man.
We're trying, commanders. But everyone can speak in the tribe. That's our way. Even those who argue against the chief.
Winnidog's voice is ice cold and furious.
I don't give a damn about your ways. You may only talk when I allow it now. Remember, Sol, you are trying my patience. Although your experience is useful for managing the tribe, I won't hesitate to rip your fat heart out if I ever suspect that you're defying my authority.
Have the mongrels settled on the surface, right? It's hard for them. The sky, the sun, the open shapes, all of this is new to them. Many of them are scared. Keep close to the ground. Look for burrows to hide in. But our new mighty chief doesn't leave them in the right to be scared. She ordered to drive everyone out of the basement and drain they were hiding in the sticks. She said next time she would send warriors to sharp spears. She said we must forget the very idea that a retreat is back to the caves is possible. From now on, neithers live on the surface. How's life on the surface, the mongrels? Sol weighs you off, vexed. What about them? They don't live, no, just exist. I look after them, but they only want to eat and fight each other. I feel sorry for them, but it can't be helped. What do you think of life on the surface? Truth be told, it's frightening. Strange sounds, no ceiling, smells like something. It's harsh here. But then again, I don't cough as much as I did down there. The sun is nice too. Oh, and I go to the priestess of Diomede. They give them nice sermons. Just lovely. And still, this is not my world. It's the young ones. That's enough. How's your wish, Commander? Master, my warriors are eager to fight. Send them into the heat of the battle and let them show their worth. They want to wash off the dust of Neothome with the blood of their enemies. We've acquired a mongrel army. How are you going to make invincible soldiers out of them? We must get Salvamek's blood. It awakens the powers that lie dormant in our veins. I will interrogate every demon and cultist I get my hands on. Winnidog chuckles gleefully. Until I find out where we should look for Salvamek, as soon as I learn anything, I will immediately tell you, Master. Your people are going to be, well, you wanted to be chief for a long time, haven't you? Winnidog's posture becomes proud, even haughty. Oh yes, Master. My father was the chief of Neothome,
and his blood in my veins gave me strength and will. In times of hardship, Nethers must be led by a powerful, cunning, and merciless chief. Do you know anyone better suited for the role?
I hope your warriors are all worth this effort.
Rest assured, Master, I will personally kill any weaklings who disgraces my tribe.
Have you started for searching for him yet? With his blood, your warriors will be invincible.
Yes, Master. My hunters regularly bring me prisoners to interrogate, and I interrogate them with extreme thoroughness. Unfortunately, so far none of them have known where to look for Salome, but sooner or later we'll pick up his trail.
That's it for now. Alright, well that's interesting. Okay. Bit of concerns here and there, but that's fine. That's just how the cookie crumbles when it comes to dealing with those, when it deals with the Nethers. At least from what I've seen so far. Okay, Sela, there's nothing there. Okay. Okay, I guess we go over here, see if there's anything going on. Still got a day, I believe, before things get even better. Okay, anything from Arushale? Drawing her rubies away from the passers-by, Arushale looks at you.
It's good that you're here. Shall we be silent together?
Do you like silence?
I used to talk a lot before, and all of it was a lie. My words ruined so much. I like silence more now.
Very well, I have to go. Okay, Arizona. Alright, let's see what you got. Let's go price and sending order. Start with the bulk sell, naturally. And we'll sell the majority of mundane items here. That way you can reduce the weight and get some more spending money. We don't need composite longbows. Let's see. Agile hand axe is a sell. We'll keep the rest of the more important things that do have a name, but otherwise sell everything else. Alright, this costs 37 despite being +3. Keep that. Half plate is +3 apparently here. We'll sell this. Okay, we got +2 leather armor, we'll sell those. Half plate here, apparently, despite being +3, can be worn, but it's sold for a low price. We got 5 +2 chain shirts, we can sell those. Same for the +3 bucklers. Half plate of vigor can go. Mithril chain shirt we keep. It is light armor, so I have to keep that in mind. Okay, light shield of cursed allegiance is a 4 armor shield. If I were using light shields or heavy shields, this would be pretty good, but we're not. Barding of the Elder Beast is only good if we are using a animal companion with such armor proficiency, which we don't, so we'll sell that, I suppose. Okay, any enchantable items, I guess we'll sell those for now. Equip our allies accordingly. Okay, starting with you, you've got Mithril full plate. Nope. Beastman does not require such armor. Okay, Triclops could do with such armor because he is technically viable for it, so we'll just give him the Mithril chain shirt +3 for now. Trapjaw, yeah, we don't need the half plate. Alright, we sell the rest of the armor then. Okay. There we go. Probably type in descending order. Well, no, price in ascending order. Okay, we're gonna need to buy some stuff, I do suspect. Let's see what we got. I think the biggest thing we need is healing currently, so I guess we could just buy 198 Cure Serious Wound Scrolls. Why not? That's a bunch of healing that we could certainly use. Probably a bit too expensive, but whatever. We always need healing, no matter what, so... Honestly, I could give less of a bugger about it. Alright, almost there. Yeah, we'll buy 40 of those. There we go. It wastes most, if not all, of our gold, but having all that spending money is important just to keep us alive at this point. I kind of think it's like a staple that we need to, you know, carry on our shoulders every single chance we get. Okay, I guess we can talk to Woljif here with no harm. And we'll just see if anybody needs us right now. Okay, we don't need the Wizard Arm stuff, okay. I think I need to talk with Darren about breaking this thing up, whatever it is. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna skip all that. Okay, nothing there. Okay, how about Camilla? Anything from you? Nope. Okay. Alright, I guess we're going up here and going to the building, I guess. Yeah, no, we're gonna go see if there's any edicts that we have to cover. I don't think we need to talk with Socile, because he's painting. Captain Odon, we don't need to worry about him, I don't think, but we'll talk with him anyways. Because I don't think we did. Nah, never mind. There's no need to. Alright, to the Citadel. Today, Irbeth looks unusually lively. Her eyes are shining again, which you haven't seen since the battle for Loft Chapel. Saluting you, she stands at attention. Commander, forgive me for bothering you with a personal matter, but I just wanted to say how grateful I am to you. During the attack on Dresden, I did not exactly cover myself in glory. You had every reason to throw me out of the army and send me to the condemned. Yet you supported me. You helped me regain my footing and continued to fight. You will not regret this decision. I swear I will never again let the Crusaders down, neither by my actions, nor by my words, nor by my thoughts. I will be loyal to the Crusade until the end. I expected no less from you. Thank you for believing me, even when I did not believe in myself. Irbeth smiles. I have conquered my inner demons. Now I can go back to fighting the real kind. Oh, Commander. Unexpected reinforcements have arrived. Not from the Queen this time. These are volunteers. The newcomers are a small, tight-knit group of rangers. They say they're all cousins from one family, and they're all half-elves like you. They want to join your army and fight under the command of a fellow half-elf. Okay, race solidarity, or money is the blood of war. I'd be happy to accept help from my kin, why not? As you say, Commander. The recruits will be at your disposal shortly. They approach as if in military formation, in lockstep arranged so that the tallest of the white-haired elf occupies the central position, flanked by the other two. At the same time, this does not seem as though any one of these three is the leader. Knight Commander Skeletor, we are representatives of the Hell Knights in the no-man's land of the Worldwound. Policitor Amos Brenth, from the Order of the Gate, Parlicitor Leonra, Tai from the Order of the Pike, Parlicitor Garen Diothan of the Order of the Pyre. After introducing themselves, all three turn to Regil in unison and give curt nods. The elf, Parlicitor Amios Renth, turns his gaze on you. His voice is dry and his speech is fastidiously formal. We have come to officially greet the commander of the Fifth Crusade on behalf of the coalition of the Hell Knight Orders. The Order has been and remains fundamentally opposed to demons and demon worshippers. We will continue to act in the no man's land of the Worldwood as an allied force to your armies. Is that all you wanted to say? One more thing. Our chapters, together with the troops led by Parlicitor Derenge, intend to establish an outpost, or rather a fortified transfer point for our operations. We have found suitable ruins from the First Crusade, and we have begun making them fit for habitation. When the outpost is ready, you will be entitled, as our ally, to make use of the facilities for rest and sustenance when you are making forays deeper into the wound. On that we shall take our leave, Knight Commander. Alright, that doesn't seem all bad. We managed to get quite a bit out of it. Alright. Okay, so we can either hide the truth, or let the truth be shown and get marksman. It really depends on us, ultimately, but we're going to need to wait a day regardless, so I'm going to take a moment to get some rest, and then we're going to go to the we're going to go to the tomb to deal with a certain individual that's been causing problems.
What's in wait for me there, I wonder?
Alright, first we're gonna get some rest. We do have the personal chest. Hold on. Before we do have some specialty items. Let's see. We can give these heavy paw, or ultimate predators to one of the animal companions we got, but I don't think that's gonna help us currently. Let's take this off temporarily for now. Alright, who can use intelligence? I guess the best one is Evelyn. Yeah, this will increase her boosts up by an additional 4. So her saves are going to be 2 higher, I do believe, so that's going to be nice for her. We do have a few other things we could equip if need be, but I don't think we need to address them right at this moment. Let's see. Demonic Resentment, so long as, yeah, it's nice, but not something we can utilize. Let's see. We could give the Cloak of Resistance +4 to Evelyn as well, just to boost her saves up. We don't need Braces of Armor, Armor of Natural Armor, and nobody can use the White Wind Cloak, so that's kind of a pointless item for us currently. Everything else seems subpar, so we're just going to take this moment to rest now. Alright, for alchemy, we put on the person who can use it. Let's see. Which is nobody. Alright, Evelyn, there we go. Scrolls can go towards, I guess... No, not her. There we go. Okay. We are not going to go fish on a stick, but we can go cheese crostata, so that way we get a bonus to stats. We can then scribe another scroll. We're going to simply just go for another scroll of displacement, because that's just a good staple spell to have.
I shall pray for every soul in... Winter.
And we continue on. Here we go. New things. Earbeth looks a little puzzled, but salutes you as protocol demands. Commander, you have a letter from Mendev. It was sent via the Church of Iomade by a trusted courier from the Neurosian archives. It is sealed and signed by Inquisitor Litor, and I was asked to deliver it to you personally. So that's what I'm doing. Earbeth hands you a sealed scroll. Why do you look so puzzled? I know Inquisitor Litor very well. His nickname is Hawkblade for a reason. He works in the field. He does not deal with paperwork. I was wondering what he was doing in Neurosian. In the archives of all places, the most dangerous things the Inquisition can catch there are rats, not witches or cultists. On second thought, I don't know what... on second thought, I don't know what. I'm better off staying out of the Inquisition's business. Thank you. You can leave now, Earbeth. The Paladin salutes you, and again leaves.
Commander, the capital needs you to take decisive action. There's been a major scandal. The nation of Andorran, our diplomatic partner, has sent an army to help the crusade. However, this apparently generous gesture is nothing more than political provocation. The Andorrans noticed that the emerging rapprochement between Mendev and Cheliax has been jeopardized. They wish to widen the divide between Neurosian and Igorian, and so they have deliberately sent their army to our territory without our approval. If Mendev accepts this help, it will cool our relations with Isger and their suzerain, Cheliax. The Royal Council that is to say, expects you to reject Andorran's aid. Direct them towards Her Majesty's court. They are welcome to negotiate with the capital. Unfortunately, we cannot disregard the decision made by Her Majesty and her council. Cecile pauses, then suddenly gives you a sly smile. But those Andorrans didn't come here empty-handed. They brought weapons and supplies. Let them share those with us, since Neurosian forbids them from joining our army. Darren regards Lady Kokomi with feigned disapproval. Oh, come now, Lady Kokomi. All this suspicion. I am sure the Andorrans are driven by nothing more than benevolence and concern for our collective future. We simply must accept them like dear friends. If this whole deal's about them being Andorrans, they should just stop being them. Take down the banners, call themselves mercenaries, problem solved. What's the gist of the political conflict? Isger is the procreate of Cheliax, and Andorran and Cheliax have a long history of feuds. For Andorrans, the highest values are freedom and equality, and for the Chelaxians, it's order and hierarchy. It's as if the two countries were made to be at odds. The fact that they are both allies of Mendev doesn't stop them from settling scores at any opportunity. For the time being, Neurosian considers it more advantageous to cooperate with Igorian, the capital of Cheliax. No one is cutting ties with Andorran, no. It's just that the relations have cooled somewhat. It's a common occurrence in the politics of major powers. When you ruined a carefully devised deal with Isger, Cheliax protectorate, and did not call for their help, you sent a message to Andorran. The alliance with Igorian is not as strong as before. Act now. As a result, they have resorted to provocation. Either Neurosian accepts their forces, thus aggravating Cheliax even further, or risks a diplomatic row. Let's see what the council has to say. Hopefully the advice you're about to hear won't lead to an undesirable war. So, Seal, what do you propose? I come from Andorran myself, and as Shaylin as my witness, I wish her I could offer a solution. But we have sworn an oath to Her Majesty. If Neurosian doesn't wish to see Andorran troops in Dresden, we have no right to invite them.
But no one can forbid us from accepting their help in the form of weapons and supplies. After all, this war is not just some political conflict. This is a battle for the fate of Galarian. Everyone is entitled to do their part. Oh, what touching bashfulness. You're proposing we behave like the daughter of a noble family who wants to give herself to a dashing bard, but keeps her maiden honor? Darren, are you sure we should accept Andorran's help? Does it become us to reject the aid of our valiant allies who are on their way here to share the burden of this holy war? I sense the sins of pride, envy, and yes, a whiff of covetousness too, coming from the direction of Neurosian. But there can be no place for sin in our crusade. Lady Kokomi shudders pointedly. Don't forget the sin of slander, Count. Enough tomfoolery, your jests will lead to diplomatic disaster. Perhaps, perhaps not. One thing I can say for sure, this was a bold move by the Andorrans. They are willing to invest much in this cause, our cause. I see no reason to refuse. I never was fond of Cheliax anyways. I don't like their practices. Or their wine. Woljif, what were you saying about mercenaries? I know a guy or two with connections in the merc circles. It's a bit creepy, but they keep their word. It'll take 5 minutes for him to turn Andorran's army into a mercenary company. They'll dig up some distinguished names, some currently retired group, fix you up with banners and uniforms, and record the company's arrival in the books of the local mercenary guild. Even the fussiest clerk won't realize that they're not well-respected dogs of war. But the attachment of Andorran's regulars, and just like that under neutral banners. We've accepted our new friends into our army. Clever, eh? Lady Kokomi, why the hell would I refuse Andorran's help? Firstly, because it's the wish of the capital. Lady Kokomi falls silent for a few moments, letting the weight of her argument sink in. And secondly, you do understand that the situation is larger and more complex than what you can see from Dresden? It would be inconvenient for us to quarrel with Cheliax at the moment, and Andorran is pushing us to do exactly that. I can promise you the Mendev will compensate you for your losses. We are guided not by consideration of our own benefit, but of the good of your army and the entire crusade. Nuh-uh, no dice. When they give you something, you take it, especially freebies. Don't bother feeding us that garbage about compensating us later. The authorities do it whenever it's fleecing time. And then what? The people got nothing back. Compensation my tail. No more questions. Alright, let's see. We can either get Andorran equipment, which will allow us to get footmen, champions... Alright, hold on. It gets us footmen, champions, shield bearers, spearmen, convict, and conscripts, in addition to gaining the Andorran equipment. Apparently, which gives us a bonus to HP. We can accept the Andorran army, which gets us 28 hedge knights, and we can recruit paladins, cuirassiers, hedge knights, raiders, and light cavalry, in addition to gaining +3 to AC with excellent horses, which is pretty good for a defense army. For Woljif, we can get hedge knights, and we can get attracted to fame benefit, which is +1 to AC and all saving throws. Or we can act on Lady Kokomi's terms, which gives us cuirassiers, champions, and marksmen are recruited to commander's headquarters, and crusade morale is increased by 20. Let's see. Honestly, I'm very much against Lady Kokomi at this point. Darren, we'll accept Andorran's help. We'll get paladins, crusaders, hedge knights, raiders, and light cavalry. At the exchange, we're getting 3 extra AC for all of our army units. Commander, you have already demonstrated your defiance of the Royal Council. Do not cross the line that separates defiance from an open attack on Mendev's interests. The Royal Council will not forgive you for it. Is that a threat? Merely a warning. Your actions, on the other hand, are indeed threatening to Mendev. Her Majesty has entrusted her kingdom to the Royal Council. It is their duty to oppose those who hurt the interests. By turning them against you, you leave them no choice but to start hurting you. I don't care. The decision has been made and it's final. I bow to nobody. Lady Kokomi hand twitches in frustration. There will be consequences. Severe and unpleasant consequences. It will be virtuous and... What was it that dull priest used to say? Upright? Every pure soul has the right to be pushing up daisies for Golarion. Not to mention that Andorran cavalry has the best horses. And I have been thinking about purchasing a stallion. That will be all. I hope you're all pleased with the work of the Diplomatic Council. I doubt that the capital will henceforth be inclined to involve you in matters of politics, Commander. You may give your demon warrior undivided attention. That's the intent. Man, somebody's a bit vicious. Well, this should be the opening for something nice, I do believe. Alright, so we got no tricks, but we did get the Ziggurat set, so that's nice. Okay, we're going to do a logistic reform here. Let's see. Commander Parade. Currently our morale's like really high, so we'll be fine. We should probably do a diplomatic edict here at this point, so let's see. Okay, we got the transporting the soldiers into the Warrior of the Device, which is a repeatable decree. We want to hold off on that for now. Dragons can care. We can get Druidic Upbringing here, which will allow us a +2 to initiative and a +1 to attacks and AC, which is not a bad buff. We can get the Letter About Kaelessa, which will get us some marksmen. Or we could Hide the Truth and get some Shadow Dancers for our trouble. Let's see, how's diplomacy here is going? Fate of the Wicked Dope, no, we don't need that. We're going to hold off on the relic choice, instead we're going to focus on these. We're going to get the Druidic Upbringing feat, I think. But let's see, what else is there? There is the Omelet Innovation, which increases morale. We don't need that. Xanthir's Experiments, we can leave alone. Okay, yep, no, we're going to go with Dragons in Care. Let's get Druidic Upbringing. We don't need to hunt down Mutiny. Xanthir's Experiments could be a nice addition. Removes units with a total value of 500. And we'll leave those alone. Not much else beyond that. No events currently. Alright, let's go to the map. Let's go campaign. Okay, not what I wanted. How about the campaign? Yeah, let's go there. Let's see. Okay. Oh, it seems like we picked up a lot of units for some reason. Oh god, hold on. Okay, got some skeletons here. We'll have everything undead reconvene there, I suppose. In that corner there. Yeah, we'll reconvene the skeletons to this point here. Get them moving. Okay, these archers are rushing to... Okay, hold on. Okay, we rush you over here. Unite with Crusader Army here. There we go. 176. Okay, it seems like we've got a ton of mongrel fighters. Nice. Okay, we unite this group here. There we go. Okay, we got some angels. Some rangers. Yeah, no, we got a lot of stuff. Okay, hold on. Let's go to Resupply Squadron and organize their group. There we go. Alright, let's start throwing people in. Let's see. Okay, there we go. This is going to be 1 unit. Okay, we'll organize these guys. Okay, there we go. That's another group. Alright, this group will be organized into 1. And these groups will be organized here. There we go. Now we can start organizing these guys a little bit better to get some strong units in. Okay, starting off, Rangers are probably decent. Let's get rid of the Clerics for high quality Duelists, I guess. There we go. Mongrels are pretty strong, not gonna lie. Okay, we got the Cuirassiers here, which are way stronger, it seems. Let's see, are they better than Duelists? They look like they're better than Duelists, so we'll swap them out, I guess. Yeah, they're on par. But they definitely have stronger stats, so... place them. Let's see. Do we want the Monastic Devas or Duelists? Let's see. Marksmen I'm not too concerned about. These guys are not that great, so... I think the Monastic Devas fit better. Yep, there we go. These guys got hand axes. Now let's see, are these better? These better? No. Okay. And what about the marksman here? Yeah, on par. Okay. That should be a good enough squadron there. Alright. Defense squadron. Let's see. Well, there's nothing we can really do much about this area. We've still got the demon army here. We can't go to that fort there. I'm certain we can't go to this fort either. But we can always see, I suppose. For now, though, we just need to back up and, I guess, go on the defensive here. We're going to move our units to defense squadron here as a permanent solution there. This advanced squadron is actually going to make its way back to this demon army, I guess. Because it can't go any further than this. But we're going to actually go down, specifically. And this group, yeah. That's a group. Recruitment, here we go. Let's see. Okay, do we want to recruit anybody? No. I could dismiss some of these guys, actually, now that I think about it. It's tempting, I'm not gonna lie. Let's recruit some of these guys. We've got the money, after all, to do it. Why not? We could recruit some champions if we really wanted to, but I don't think that's a wise choice. So I guess we'll leave it at that. There we go. Alright, yeah, let's close this off. And let's go see the merit of our growth. After all, I do believe the Necroplis is done. Reginald's pale yellow eyes freeze in an expression of polite attention. Knight Commander, greetings. What can you tell me about your fellow Hell Knight's visit? A usual formality. Representatives of the Order traditionally visit newly appointed commanders of the Crusader armies. But you are probably wondering something else. Whether you're being followed. Of course you are. The Hell Knights are the backbone of the Order of Galarian. and thus we are responsible for watching all the significant movements and figures across the world. You are one such figure. So you know of spies in Dresden? I know there are. There must be. But of course, I don't know any specific individuals. Thank you. Good to note.
This way.
Okay, we're gonna go outside and we're gonna see the changes of us making a Necroplis. Because this is sure to cause some chaos, I would imagine. The House of Death is sure to cometh. Alright, our compatriot's back. We are still sickened apparently, so we should probably fix that real quick. Good thing I do have an ability to fix that, or at least a spell that can fix such things. If I recall correctly, I have a scroll of remove sickness. Yep. Just use that. It doesn't solve our permanent sickness debuff, though, so I'm gonna see if there's anything I can do about that. Treat Affliction is probably not gonna do it, though. Great, okay. Ah, hello, hello. So, it seems we've got our Necroplis here. Man, it's big. Oh god. Got a storyteller, size there, perfect. And now we've got the knights. Okay, let's talk with Sai. Show me your wares, Sai. I'd like to sell some stuff as well. We can just sell the... I'll keep the engraved blocky bracers, keep the flow of water for a rainy day. Sell the +2 belts, sell the +2 wisdom, intelligence, amulet of agile, +2 cloaks, winter cloak. Yeah. Brace of armor can go, the belt of physical form can go, as is the amulet of mighty fists. Keep the demonic presentment. Yeah. We don't need this. We can keep the merciless shot for a rainy day. Keep abrupt onslaught. We can probably sell Ultimate Predator, though. Yeah. There's not enough of, there's not enough animals, magical beasts, and monstrous humanoids to warrant the Ultimate Predator. So we'll sell that just for, nice juicy items. Okay, Firestarter. Interesting. I think we've already seen most of these, so nothing really sticks out to me. Yeah, just a bunch of inflict spells is pretty standard. We'll get all the dinosaur bones, though. That is going to be helpful for the near future. Alright, to the ziggurats. Time to see the fruits of our 30-day labor, needing to invest into this bloody thing. Alright, outside, downstairs, and skeletal champions. The enemy is near. The enemy is everywhere. I'll see the enemy. I'll kill the enemy. Hello, Zacharias. The Lich surveys the ziggurat with regal dignity. Upon seeing you, he inclines his head. Not bad at all, student. It's much more spacious than my private chamber at the last chapel. And yet you do not expect me to oversee the running of this palace, now do you? I am busy enough as it is. I am engaged in constant spiritual creation as I transform your immaterial being. Without my efforts, the powers of death will simply snuff you out in the blink of an eye. I shall produce a creature, the Pillar of Skulls, that will see to the more mundane affairs of the Lord of Death. Arrange for everything I need to be delivered. We shall not waste time. While you take care of urgent matters, I can finally return into engaging conversation with the old elf, a story collector. He promised to divulge the finer details of weaving the traditional curses of Tianxia. Is the storyteller a friend of yours? Zachorias snorts loudly. I have no need for friends, but the elf is wise and quite knowledgeable. He is also old, which is a great riddle in of itself. I've never encountered any long-lived of his kind who are like him. So far, he's been useful. I gladly absorb his knowledge in exchange for my stories and worthless rubbish. It is quite the bargain. Are you pleased with the ziggurat? Not bad at all, student. It is much more spacious than my private chamber at the Lost Chapel. And yet you do not expect me to oversee the running of this place, do you? I am busy enough as it is. I am engaged in a constant... yeah. Okay. Basically, he's gonna be busy. Okay. What do you think of my leadership of the crusade? The Lich's voice is dry, but not completely devoid of approval. Let us say that a mob of dimwit crusaders no longer seems as hopeless as when I was alive. You were the only one strong-willed enough to rally them and compel them to act. Just do not consider it a worthy feat. When you discover immortality, you will understand these toy soldiers mean less than nothing. I want to know more about you. What exactly would you know? My feats are sung in legend. Surely every crusader knows of them. Life beyond death has been a tedious term of imprisonment in this fortress, surrounded by foolish and maddening demons. My only occupation here has been observing the crusaders' retreat, further and further, losing city after city. The day of those vacant mortals gave up on Dresden, I stopped calling myself Crusader, and began to despise them. But now, I'm about to discover freedom once more, by granting you the power and breaking free from the oaths that bound me. You're considered a hero. How did you become undead? Grinding his teeth, the Lich answers. I was no hero, but a talented fool who struck off to the crusade to entertain his pride. I adorned the praise of muttering mediocrities. How flattered I was when a heap of stone on a mountainside was given into my care. They told us our struggle was important. Such folly. As I sat trapped here, I realized that I had wasted my powers, my time and my talents in their battles. I believed in the tales of good and right, that they must be protected. But even in the kingdom of good, there are those who wield power, and those who obey. All these wars are merely an attempt to hold on to power. It matters not whose. Never again shall I wage war on anyone's power but my own. Why did you take up death magic? While I yet lived, I often thought how superior were undead compared to the living. The Crusader army had suffered endless defeat, while the undead army would long ago have driven the demons back to the depths of the world. But through the dead would it be the perfect warriors. They would answer to imperfect living masters. A better solution was needed. Okay, yeah, basically I've gone through these, I believe. What oaths do constrain you, though? Zachorias is clearly displeased with this topic being brought up. Let's see. Crusader sentiments. I mean, okay. Okay. Go, student. Remember that your mundane concerns as commander are nothing compared to our great cause. You would do well to keep your priorities straight. As we should. We want to become undead, after all. Nothing is better in the eyes. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, there appears to be more out this place. One sec. This is gonna get interesting real quick. What do we got? Let's see. Okay, Okay, yeah, no, we've got some serious skeleton dedication here. Cool.
Trail me.
Okay, there's something here, apparently. There's the upstairs here. More corridors to work with. Just basically a bunch of undead, though. At the end of the day. Okay. I'm loving this place. I'm loving it. As it stands right now, we've got nothing really to show for it. Apparently the game is showing the dragon photo here. But whatever. We won't be able to do much around here, so I guess we just go outside. I guess we go to the Citadel, see what the outcast thing is, and we'll go from there. But we will need to face up the edicts. Okay, let's see.
This way.
Let's manage the crusade affairs. Okay, decree. Pillars of skulls. We're gonna need logistics here. Okay, we need to go over logistic reform before we can do Pillars of Skulls, but that is pretty easy to do. I would like to upgrade our bastions, but I don't think that's going to be viable for now, so I guess we just go at this point, unless the Outcast quest is viable, but yeah. Okay, just close that. There we go. Alright. Oh god. Game's lagging for some reason. Oh well. Okay. We're gonna go outside. We don't need to deal with the House of Death just yet, so I guess we just leave. I have no reason to stick around because we've got bigger fish to fight against, I guess. In addition, we've also got somebody else to bring back from the dead. Now that I think about it. To the Temple of the Good Hunt. Alright. We failed to sneak past the enemies. Okay, that's a load, I think. Let's see. No, let's load here. I think we can get away with this. Hold on. Because I think this was in the tomb, wasn't it? So. Unless I'm wrong and I just moved back, like, eons back, which I hope is not the case, which I assume it's not, but you never know. Yeah, no, I just basically came here. Okay, good. I'm still sickened. How am I going to get... I should probably get rid of that effect, actually. Hold on. Let's see. What can be done to get rid of permanent sickness? Alright, let's see. Restoration would be a good example, I would imagine. Okay, removes fatigue, exhaustion. It does not remove sickness, though. Let's see. Okay, that's not going to help us. Okay, is there any way to actually get rid of it, though? I mean, I guess cleanse would be the best course of action here, or heal. Let's see, cleanse. Diseased, exhausted, fatigued, nauseated, poisoned, and sickened. Okay, so yeah, cleanse is the way to go here. How is my other compatriots doing then? Let's see, sickness, nope. Wait, hold on. Okay, apparently your Dragonkind ability is still going. Okay, interesting. For now then, I guess Skeletor, you will be given the cleanse duty. There you go, get rid of the sickened condition. Nice. To the outside. Alright, now we go. No harm, no foul. Alright, let's save here in the Betrayal, Looting, and More. And let us go to the Temple of Good Hunt, hopefully not running into any fights. Because you never know. Oh. A demon army is approaching, okay. And it's over here, okay. What a perfect time for our advanced squadron to go over. We'll save here. And have them engage. Pursue. Okay, there goes some archers. There goes some fear. Or dominate, I would assume. Well, that's unfortunate for the succubi because they're gonna get demolished. Boop. Zombies are gonna rush forward. Skeletons are gonna rush. Archers are still under charm, but that's fine. Skeletons and zombies are gonna be fine. Okay, we can... I guess we can go over here. There we go. Gonna take us a bit, but that's fine. Okay. Huntsman. And Huntsman. There we go. Done. We replenish our units, and we just move on. Okay, army has no more movement. Let's see, what's... Alright, what's this? Okay, logistic reform has been sorted. Perfect. The development of art of war. We can set this up, I suppose. Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Okay, development. We are going to focus on... Where is it? Pillar of Skulls. Here we go. We need to issue the decree of the Pillar of Skulls. It is going to take us 10 extra days, but the resources are absolutely necessary for the sake of just micromanaging the undead, which is going to be necessary for changing up our entire army, put simply. Alright. Gonna move our units into place, and I think we need to buff in this particular instance, so... Alright, let's organize up.
Never stop learning.
Alright, start giving everybody their buffs, and we'll move out once we're done. Okay, did I give him his buff? No, Merman needs his. There you go, Trapjaw's next. Okay, we want to fight against good, so... Current equipped weapon, good. Trapjaw can do that, there we go. Okay, we can't do Triclops or Beastman just yet until they transform. But we can certainly do the resists spells quite easily. There we go, 3 and 4. Here comes the others. Alright, and the sight spell. Angelic aspect, there we go. Make us immune to certain things and resistant to others. Alright, Beastman. You're in charge of beefing up everybody else who's in melee. Okay, Barkskin, Barkskin, Barkskin. Do the same for the Executioner and the Panther. Okay, we're going to, yep, Feather Step Mass here. Alright, Magic Fang for those who need it. Panther. Echolocation. It appears we've already got freedom of movement on him. All we need is Stone Skin Communal then. But I'll still buff everybody with it. Just to reset the duration. We don't do it on Triclops because he has a permanent one from Boots. Give it to the Skeletal Executioner. Legendary proportions are going to go to Beastman. Alright, Cat's Grace for literally everybody. As he turns himself into a bear. Merman will give him Align Weapon good, so his claws and bite are good aligned. Okay, Triclops. Honestly, we just need a mage armor, the few people that he's going to be buffing here. And I guess Panther is also one. Okay, we don't need a buff beyond that. We are just going to activate... Okay, I've got shield on? No, I don't, but I can't get shield here. So we'll do shield here. Expeditious Retreat. Gonna do blur on everybody here. At least the ones that matter. There we are. Then we transform into a dragon. Alright. Evelyn's gonna buff up with mage armor for herself and Skeletor. Fine Trap. Merman is going to give the good alignment to Triclops, just so we bypass evil. Evil DR, I should say. Alright, Heroism Greater for Beastman. Same treatment for Triclops, and Trapjaw. We're going to give Legendary Proportions to Triclops here, and same for Trapjaw here. There we go. Poison Communal. Death Ward for everybody. At least those go in melee anyways. Oh. Not what I wanted, but okay. And we go with Panther here. The rest get the special treatment naturally, so we just get the heroism going. Heroism for Evelyn, heroism for Skeletor. One for Panther. And finally, one for the skeleton himself. Okay, skeleton gets it. There you go. Can I enlarge the skeleton? No, I cannot. But I can enlarge somebody else if need be. No, I can't. Okay, never mind. Okay, I think that's all the buffs we can do, but we can do some stuff with Skeletor here, I suppose. Protection from arrows communal, for example. We want Deny Death on Merman specifically. Don't need Bone Shield, but we'll do False Grace. Blessing of Unlife is saved for a particular instance, so now we save, and now we're good to go. Took a lot of buff, but that's just how it goes with this character. And I guess we can follow up with a haste, so that way we are good to go. This is going to get really interesting really quickly, I imagine. Okay, nothing there, but we can definitely check over here. Hello. Missed that, that's for sure. Nothing there, but we can certainly go down here to see what's going on. It's time to go.
Delamere's voice is tinged with vanity. That foolish witch broke in here uninvited. Baphomet's whore. She was playing some kind of attack. I got rid of them all. And that cowardly cleric, she dragged in her, here with her. It was just like the old days.
I have a task for you. Okay. Good to note that we've managed to deal with them, though. Well, technically. Good to know that everything's quite as it is.
What's in wait for me there, I wonder?
Alright, I have a task for you. I release you. I have no need of slaves. Bewilderment rings clear in Delamere's voice.
You are releasing me? Very well, I will go. But I will not forgive you for your crimes. Your sacrilege. We will meet again.
That is perfectly fine. What they have done is we have no reason to keep her around. Alright, let's see what's going on here. The letter was written in haste and left unfinished.
Glory to Lord Baphomet. Lady Hepzibah, you should know that the Ivory Sanctum has been raided. The Crusader forces are no doubt continuing their offense. In light of their victory, it has become dangerous to maintain an underground sect in this region. I trust that the Lord Baphomet would value a living Zadra more highly than a dead one. Therefore, I hope that he will not punish us for our forced retreat. The commander of the Crusader is too dangerous for us to sit here under his nose. I have summoned all loyal members of the sect. When all's ready, we will set out west via secret routes. I am relying on you to...
And the note goes silent. She was probably writing as she was going along, not expecting such a person to be at her doorstep. But that does mean that we have a hint as they're going to be going west. Not that it really yielded much, but hey. Whatever. Okay, well I guess we teleport back to Dresden. We're going to go inside Dresden, and we're going to go to... I want to say the streets, but the House of Death doesn't really have anything until 10 days pass. We can go to the prison, though. I do have business in the prison specifically. Namely, to bring a certain somebody back from the dead, I do believe. It is time, after oh so long. Oh no, wait, we have to wait. Dang.
Forwards!
Okay, I guess we're gonna have to wait for that little thing. That's gonna be annoying. Alright. There isn't really much I can do now. Aside from wait, is there? Unless I'm mistaken. Let's see, Outcast. Alright, we've got the decision for Kylessa's thing. I've got the Price of Knowledge, which is learn the identity of the bad half-elf woman. Got Terendelevs Lair, find a way to remove the demonic seal in the Midnight Fane. Okay, House of Death, Wayward. I guess all we gotta do is look around, don't we? So... yeah, no, the best thing I can do is look around in there.
Trail me.
Okay, no, we've already asked the questions from him. One-Eyed Devil. You want to buy some nail clippings? Why not? Show me the money first, though. Alright. Got some coins for it. Show me your wares. Thundering Scythe, Holy Rapier, Headband of Alluring Charisma, extra lockpicks. Some pretty decent stuff, but nothing too crazy. Yeah. Ah, well. I would assume there's nothing in the Artisan Jeweler, so let's check the Half Measure Tavern, I guess. There might be something here. Don't think we're gonna find much, though. Okay. Okay, well, ignore those. There we go.
This way.
Alright, nothing too special around here. Okay, is there anything I can spot just casually going through, though? Hard to say. Yeah, I'm seeing no actual activity, so... Although, it might be in houses now I think about it. Because I do believe the last time we had to uncover problems was actually go inside buildings. So, if we're told that there's troubles around, we can probably check around the houses and whatnot. See if there's anything, concerning going on. Nothing so far. At least not in this house. Okay.
Trail me.
There's nothing there. Okay, so let's see. If we were anywhere, it's definitely not in that house. We could check the abandoned building. Probably doesn't have anything. Hold on. Okay, Dragon's Fate. Terendelevs Lair. I guess we can go to Terendelevs Lair here. Mad Elf Woman is on a later date. Find a way to remove the demonic seal. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see. Pass the Arcana check. Okay. You may need to finish your first mythic quest before proceeding with this quest. Once you're ready, head... Okay. Alright, so... we may need to beat our first mythic quest, or we need to check this... we need to check certain demonic writings somewhere around Dresden. Let's see. I think it was somewhere... it was somewhere nearby, I would imagine. Oh, thank you for following, XX Archon. Much appreciated. Currently just trying to find out, trying to find certain things for the game real quick. Let's see. Yeah, no, we need to finish our first mythic quest, it seems. So that probably requires us waiting 9 more days, give or take some. Which kind of sucks. Although, then again, it's hard to say. Let's see. Mythic Quest, yeah. I need to complete the Mythic Quest House of Death before I can continue on to Cusp of the Abyss. So, what I can instead do is either go do some Treasure at the Midnight Isles, or I could do Dragon's Fate. I'm going to do Dragon's Fate first. Midnight Isles comes later, I would imagine. And the rest is either something that I can just wait on or continue later on. But we're definitely doing the middle game here and maximizing all Crusade stats before we do anything too crazy.
This way.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I can understand that. In regards to Pathfinder, or at least these series, yeah. It looks interesting. Hard as hell if you don't know what you're doing. You really have to metagame, like, really hard if you want to go through this game. It's not for the light of heart. I can tell you that right off the bat.
Wherever my legs carry me.
I've had my fair share of experiences with this game, so unless you know what you're doing and have a rough idea on the system, it can either be very forgiving or very painful of an experience, depending on how you play it. As for where we're going to go, I do believe the Heart of Mystery comes next, but Terendelevs Lair comes first, I do believe. So what we want to do is we're going to make a long trek over to here. It's going to take a day and 5 hours, but shouldn't be too hard for us. See, our armies are fine. Defenders are going to be good. Okay. Alright, almost there. Oh! We'll get our defensive squadron ready to engage this army, so we're just going to have them go forward. And we'll have them collide. Shouldn't be too hard. This army's actually pretty decent. As is the defensive army way. Okay, we want to deal with the Brimmarks in the most offensive way possible, because they're going to be the most annoying. We are going to do a Scorching Ray on the Incubi, because if we leave them alone, they're going to try and control one of our compatriots. We're going to activate Point Blank and do a Rock Throw, which is going to do us no good. So we're going to move the Giant there. We'll have this army unit charge in from behind and attack. There we go. Get the killing strike there. There we go. Alright, the tanks move. Alright, and now the cultists are going to be harassed. We're going to do a Scorching Ray to see if we just instantly kill. No, this is simply the combat in regards to Crusader battles. They're effectively a minigame of sorts for the game. What you do is, during the course of your battles, you just simply use this minigame as a way to clear out foes that are raiding your fortresses. It's much like a... I guess if you were to put it into things, I guess the best way is Crusader Kings. You have armies that you can control, and your enemies are trying to pursue into your fortresses and basically take over your, controllings, your holds, as it were. As for the actual combat, it's when your party actually goes in and fights that the real chaos starts. Okay, let's see. What does the community have? Alright, Military Council has been advancing. Okay, we've got Sela who wants to talk. We've got Supplicant from Chili Creek, apparently. And the Runaway.
It has been revealed that one of the Crusaders is a criminal on the run. 1 year ago, that knight murdered a noble in Derosian and escaped justice. The killer repented and joined the Crusader army to atone for his sins. But the daughter of the murdered aristocrat wants a revenge and requests that the criminal be arrested and tried.
Ooh. We could get an unholy flail, and it would fit with our evil character. Or we could go with the do away with the Vengeful Noble and get our treasures, which gets us the Unscrupulous Heir decree. It adds 7,000 gold, 5,000 finance points, 50 material points, and 25 energy. We could also get the family heirloom, which is basically unholy flail. You know what? We're going to unlock the Unscrupulous Heir decree. I think that's more interesting. Plus, it'll give us some gold overall, some finance. Yeah, it basically just helps the army.
Darren will invite the noble to Dresden to take her revenge, but she will perish on the way under mysterious circumstances. And the young woman's inheritance will go to Darren, who is a distant relative of the family.
Ah, Darren. Good job. Okay. It's going to take us 9 days for the Pillars of Skulls to work, but all in all, should be fine. We're going to move to Terendelevs Lair in the time it takes us to go there. Okay, we are going to take a quick rest here. Okay, 21, 22, an 11 on a cheese crostata might not work. Yeah, that's a 40% chance. Let's go fish on a stick. That's way better chance. Alright, let's begin resting. 1 hour passes, then wait 8 more hours. Solid. With that, we can now go into Terendelevs Lair and see the secrets of the fate that happened to her in the background. At the very least, we'll be able to get some experience, I would imagine, because I do know that this area does involve some levels of fights, I would imagine. Alright, let's actually buff and hope that we're going to actually get into a fight this time. Okay, I hate having to do this, but it's necessary. The buffs are absolutely a must. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Archon. You have a good day, man. I hope I get there. It's looking promising at the very least. It is. But I wouldn't be able to do it without everybody's support, so I really do appreciate you following. It really does help. Okay. Trapjaw, there you go. Barkskin. Now we just get all the elemental resistances as per expected. There we go. Yep, as it is. And hopefully I will be able to introduce more things for the community to enjoy. I already have something in the works in the background, as you can probably see if you scroll down a little bit. I'm actually introducing sound alerts. So I'm gonna see if people are gonna be interested in that. I'll probably have to put them on like channel point rewards, but for now, just so people can use them, it's just a free little thing that you guys can click if you guys want to you know, use that. I'm not sure if it works personally, but I assume when I do get affiliate, it's going to start working regardless. Ooh. Yep. It's not a lot, but yeah. There you go. I'll add more as we go along, but I'm probably gonna put those as like channel rewards, is what I'm thinking. So you guys will get to play with those, I'm sure. As for whether they are loud or not, I'll have to do some testing, but we'll see. Okay, Panther and Skeletal Executioner, there we go. Alright. Okay, Beastman, Triclops, Panther, and actually, hold on, let's see if that artifact is actually cleared out now. Alright, has the item fixed itself? It has, perfect. We now got our bismuth. I do believe I'll be fine. It's only if people spam it that I'm going to be worried, but I'm not going to be too worried about it. If anything, it's just going to make the streams a bit more funny. At least that's what I'm thinking it will do anyways. Okay, Bismuth gets that. Yep. The bonk. Alright, Skeletal Executioner gets that. We will throw down Echolocation. Stone Skin Communal. Legendary Proportions. I've been thinking about it. Let's give Merman that. We're gonna go Cat's Grace Mass here. There we go. Everybody gets their speed gone. It's only 12 minutes though for some reason. Hold on. Why is it 12 minutes? It should be much longer. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, you have a good night, Archon. Have a good night. Okay, I did not know that. I'm gonna have to get the mythic feat for greater enduring spells then. At least that's what I'm thinking for Beastman. Yeah.
We should move.
Oh well, no big deal. Okay, we're gonna want mage armor for everybody here. Okay, for Bismuth and Panther here. Shield and Expeditious Retreat. Blur for everybody. Okay, do the same for Trapjaw here, there we go. Alright, transform into a dragon. Alright, mage armor for the back line here. Find traps. Heroism is going to Beastman. Speaking of Beastman, I should probably change him into his bear form. There you go. Triclops is going to get Heroism Greater, and we're going to give Trapjaw Heroism Greater. Legendary Proportions is going to go to Beastman here. The same for Triclops. Okay, and we are going to give Enlarged Person to Trapjaw, I suppose. We're going to use Resist Poison. Here we go. Heroism's going to go on the tank. We're going to give it to Evelyn. Skeletor. We shall give the other two.
Trail me.
Alright.
We shall move.
We'll give the next one over to the Executioner and Panther here. Alright. Get Death Ward going. Okay. Death Ward, and finally Death Ward on Panther. Going to melee. Now for Skeletor, we go with Protection from Arrows Communal. False. Oh. Did we do the Protection from Arrows? We did not. Okay. First the Protection from Arrows then. False Grace. There we go. That's some AC, some HP. Man, that's a lot of grinding, but it needs to be done. There we go. That's a save, and now we press on. Let us move, men. Alright. Who's there? One of the queens. Sounded alarm. Oh, okay. Hello. Well, it's unfortunate for you because we're very strong. Yeah, that's not going to work against us. We've got fire resistance immunity. Stop. Please stop. A red-haired man raises his hands in a calming gesture. This place is an abode of peace and tranquility. A place to heal the soul and body. It's not a battlefield. Please spare this man. Who are you?
My name is Hall. I'm a healer, my lord, by trade and by calling. This place is my infirmary. The people you've killed were those I've nursed to health myself. They have scarcely recovered from their wounds when they fell to your sword. At least spare this young boy.
Are you working with the cultists?
I'm a healer. I save lives.
The man looks at you resolutely, and there's a golden gleam in his hazel eyes.
The vows I've taken make no distinction about who deserves to live or die. I gave my aid to all the injured I find in the wounds. Demon worshippers are often left behind to die, and so it happens that they all are most often in need of my help. As a rule, Crusaders have their own healers in every unit, but cultists are not accustomed to this lookout for one another. Their masters do not accept weakness.
Why are you helping the enemy?
I have no enemies.
The healer clasps his hand to his heart.
There is nothing but sorrow and compassion in my soul. Look at this young man. He rushed into battle seeking to destroy you for the sake of his masters. Yet with the same zeal, he helped me save his friends. It did not leave their side until the danger had passed. The soul has not yet been lost. The battle between good and evil still rages within him, as it does within us all. If you would only listen to one another. I won't listen to this scum.
The young man glares at you with an angry, sullen expression.
Death to Iomede's lackeys!
The healer sighs heavily.
If both of you could set aside your anger and hatred, less blood would be shed. As long as someone is alive, they can still change. Only the dead are lost forever.
I will spare his life, healer, but if I see him again, it will be forfeit. The man lowers his head.
I understand and accept your decision. You are stern but not cruel. This gladdens my heart.
So, I can go? The boy looks at you with distrust.
I want you to know I won't change. I'll remain your enemy, and Lord Baphomet will give me great powers. You are already a strong one. You do not need to serve demons. When you finally understand this, your soul will find peace. You already possess that which is worth the most. Your life.
God, it's so hard to see. The healer turns towards you. His red hair blows in the wind, like tongues of flame, and his hazel eyes turn to gold. His voice becomes deeper and more majestic. You acted towards this poor boy, as Terendelev acted towards you in Canopris, when she treated you with no consideration of who you were, or whether you deserved to live. I can feel the touch of her magic upon you, like a last, lingering farewell. The dragon looks at you from above. With every move of his powerful muscles, his golden scales shimmer and shine. Terendelev made the right choice, child, as did you. You were not born a dragon, but the true spirit of a dragon is within you. It is as strong in you as it was in her. Trust me, I know Terendelev well. I am the gold dragon Hasteliax. It was once my honor to teach the protector of Canopris. Were you testing me? Life itself was testing you. I merely seized the opportunity to look upon you, the last soul helped by Terendelev. We could use a gold dragon in a crusade. Do us the honor of joining us. Asteliax shakes his head. Not now, I'm afraid. I have my own responsibilities to metallic dragons. But I will watch you from afar. And if I see you are ever in need of dragon wisdom, I will not be the only one willing to come to your aid. I have the spirit of a dragon in me. What am I supposed to do?
Remember that life is a journey. Some go through it faster, others slower. But we all reach an end where nothing can be changed. As long as we are alive, so too is the hope of change. While we are still living, we can do so much good, and change the world for the better. I taught this to Terendelev when she was on the brink of despair. She thought that now tarnished she was doomed to suffering and evil. But I showed her that as long as we are here, and not at Pharasma's throne, nothing is lost. And no one is lost. Choose the actions that will make the world better. Such is the path of the Gold Dragon. I know you tried to save Terendelev from corruption. How did you manage to succeed? The dragon closes his eyes for a moment. Terendelev. Here she found shelter, fighting the desire to decimate and destroy. I flew here to help her. The sun rose and fell more than once as she poured out all her hatred upon me. All the pain that was tearing her soul apart. Many times we found ourselves at one another's throats, ready to fight. Many times her words wounded me deeply, but in the end I got through to her. I found the right words, and I stayed with her here in this place of peace and rest, until her soul found healing. Give me a second, I just want to check on something. Oh, okay. So for those of you who are looking to go on the path of the dragon, you want to spare Haseliax. This is intended for the Gold Dragon path. I'm just going to spoil that now, but I won't specify the details of what it entails, but you do need to keep him alive. So, just for the sake of completion's sake, I'm just going to let him go. Farewell. I would say until we meet again, child. But yeah, letting him go is the right move here, ultimately in the end. Okay, we grab those. It appears we got some loot here. A tunic of the Ardent War Priest. If the wearer of this shirt has the Fervor class ability, it grants them an additional 3 uses of Fervor a day. Doesn't appear that there's much else beyond what we've seen here, though. But that's fine. Okay, yeah, no, there's nothing here, so... It's a short sort of thing, but it's necessary if you want to go through the Dragon Path, or at the very least to figure out what Terendelev's up to. Plus, it's a chunk of the experience, or a chunk of experience that you can take advantage of, so... It never hurts to go through these sorts of things. Regardless of how short it is. Besides, we do now have a reason to go to other places, such as the Burned Down Shack, the Befouled Barrows, the knapsack on a tree, etc. I'm gonna go over to here. I'm not sure we're going to be able to deal with this army, but we can try again, I suppose. Yeah, bugger it, let's try. I have no idea if it's going to work or not, but we'll see. We shall try, that's the important bit here. Oh, rain. Lovely. Ah, pain. 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 That is a lot of unit death. Jesus.
Well, if I do a fireball, that's going to target 5 people. And it might just kill everybody here, so... let's do it. Fireball. Okay, that nearly kills everybody. We'll start whittling down the guys there. Now, will I be able to get to them? No. I can start whittling down the light cavalry, though, I suppose. There we go. The archers won't be able to do their AoE's attacks, but that's fine. That is why I intended to do this in the first place. Alright. We're going to lose some units here, I suspect, but that's fine. That's kind of what I'm expecting. But we can do a bow and arrow here and get some serious kills here. Okay, nice. We've reduced down the troops significantly. We'll move over to here. Skeletons are going to continue their assault here. There we go. Alright, I think I can get away with a fireball at this point. No. Let's go for a bow and arrow. Get to whittling these guys down significantly further. There we go. Alright, that deals with 2 of the many troops that we have to worry about. We will whittle down these succubi here a little bit. There we go. The less we have to worry about them, the better. Down to 29. Oh, the archers are completely gone. Okay, we'll just have to deal with the footmen now. There we go. Skeletons are going to deal with the footmen here. There we go. Alright, Succubus and the cavalry are going in. Nuts. We are going to use a Scorching Ray to deal with the... Actually, hold on. If I do... I can do Hold Monster instead. Right. Target unit can't move or act for 2 rounds. This is a divine spell, mind affecting. Why not? Let's do it. That'll prevent them from moving. And we can get the skeletons to start moving and execute these guys. We can then do a Scorching Ray here to whittle down the armies significantly. Okay, attack there. They're gonna not be able to move, but that's fine. Now, we can Scorching Ray here, deal with a significant sum of minions. Gonna move up to here. Let's hold our turn here. Alright, defend. There we go. Oh, they can't do anything. Okay. That's fine. Alright, they're going in. Only deal 19, that's fine. Just deal with them. There we go. Nice. And that's a win. Although we did lose a lot of troops. Namely, we lost 300 skeletons for our mishaps, but considering the losses and the benefits that we got from it, not a bad solution.
The units that were moving towards Dresden but fell under the Succubi's charms have been defeated. Any survivors will be handed over to the priests to cleanse their souls. The dead shall be laid to rest. Only the Succubi who committed this villainous acts were chopped into pieces and dishonorably burned. Daily income increased. Finance of 400 gains. As a result, well, we're basically golden for resources. Okay, the only thing that we've got to cover now is really just any attacks that come at us, so... yeah. This army is going to need to march back over to here. Yep, there we go. This army is going to march quickly over to here. This one's going to march here. Unify. There we go. This squadron is going to stay as is. Resupply squadron, perfectly fine as is. Let us see what edicts are going on. Okay, events. We've got a report. The Andorran Expeditionary Corps is on its way to Dresden to march down its paved streets and praise the commander whose devotion to the cause was stronger than the politics. Nice. Supplicant from Cheerly Creeks, okay. And Sela wants to talk, apparently. Okay, seems like we got some business to do when we get back. Let's see. We can get some reagents, we can go to the Boiled Barrows. Knapsack of a tree. Alright. Well, we'll start with the burned down shack. I'll go from there. Collect. Okay, we're not loading, but we're gonna save here, because we don't know when we're gonna run into an enemy. Hello, Aqueduct. Nice to see ya. Okay, we want to go to Knapsack on a tree here. Actually, let's go to Defiled Burrows, actually. Might be shorter. Okay, we load here to avoid fights, naturally. And the reason I'm reloading is because, at least for these fights in particular, they're horrible. They're not fun to deal with. There we go. Now we go to the Defiled Burrows. We'll save here because we didn't run into a fight. There we go. Alright, to the burrows. Let's enter. Iridescent streaks appear in the billowy violet sky above the deserted lands. The streaks are not like any ordinary Galarian rainbow. They look more like oil dropped into water. It does. It's true. I very much appreciate the meme, Mr. Beast. It's nice. The sweltering haze in the sky seems to waver along the streaks. Time and time again, one of the commander's party spots some movement out of the corner of their eye and reaches for their weapon, only to immediately realize that they were mistaken. The ground underfoot turns a muddy gray, covered in dense layer of ash expelled by geysers. Curious natural phenomena not uncommon in these parts. In the distance, burrows can be seen appearing as vague piles of rocks in the haze. The wind whips clouds of ash in the faces of the commander and his party. Along with the ash, the wind ushers in rugged gray clouds that shroud the sky. A giant eye of cloud unblinking watches the commander and his party from above. One can only imagine how insignificant the creatures struggling across the land must seem from such a height. In the break of the clouds, a white sky eye pulses, ready to burst like a boil. The dark cloud of the pupil grows blacker still. The commander decides to... Let's start studying the shape of the cloud more closely. Skeletor observes that this wind, the ordinary storm clouds, cannot coalesce into clear shapes. They are throbbed with peril. This is no mere storm. What's brewing is something brought by the abyss and possible only in the wound. We are going to identify the threat. Evelyn observes that in the wind... Okay. Evelyn recalls conversations with seasoned crusaders. If a giant eye appears in the sky, you must run and not look back. According to witnesses, what follows is such an omen so horrific that it can rob a newcomer to the world of their sanity. We're going to try to rush. We're going to make for the burrows, the only cover in the middle of the wastes. Living creatures can be beaten, but one cannot conquer a force of nature. The commander decides to run for cover. The party manages to reach the burrows before the storm swells to its full force. Something suddenly drops from the sky, landing with a splat as the commander's feet like an opalite fruit. It is white, about the size of a chestnut. It has a dark center, and the longer the commander stares at it, the more it seems like something is staring back. The fruit looks disturbingly like an eyeball,
The whirlwind of ash stops the party from looking up to see what's happening in the sky. Perhaps a carrion bird was transporting its already rotting prize home. At least, that's what all the companions are hoping for, as they cluster around the milky white eyeball. A second eyeball lands nearby with an unpleasant squelch, leaving only a blood splash on the ash-covered ground. Two eyeballs cannot be a coincidence. The looming rocky ledges, which give the burrow the appearance of a hill, look like they could come crashing down on the party's heads at any moment. However, they do offer protection from the storm. The horrific hail misses the party almost entirely, and eyeballs land around them in a wet cacophony. The land around the burrows looks more like a dumping ground than a burial ground. The storms have bleached skulls and bones, rusted armor and dented swords. This is a familiar sight. More surprising are the arms and legs of golems scattered around the waist, the once snarling faces of animals that now lack all resemblance to their living brethren. Things that look like horse carcasses, but with broken mechanical legs. Everything is brown with rust and long forgotten. A battle was fought here once. Through the veil of ash, the party struggles to find the entrance to the burrow. Alright. We hastily feel along the walls to start with Skeletor. Skeletor taps on the rock to test its solidarity, trying to find a weak point, a crevice, or a door. Victory smiles on him. The next strike is answered with a ringing of iron. The ash-darkened pieces of metal that covers the entrance crumble under Skeletor's attack. The mouth of the burrow is cool, and smells of damp and dust. More of the ash lies underfoot, pressed into glossy, slippery crust. It is clear that the burrow has been constructed above a cave system. The deliberately carved-out corridors stretching off into the burrow's depths, leave room for natural pathways. The wind, wailing through the stalactites in the dark, carries a strange sound similar to a desperate human cry. Help me. Help me. The party strains to hear and decides to find out who the voice belongs to. The longer Evelyn listens, the more the voice changes. One moment it sounds like a desperate cry of a child, the next a piercing ragged scream of a woman, the next birdsong. It cannot be ruled out that she is hearing only what she wants to hear. Let's go towards the voice. Skeletor cannot ignore the cries for help, and the party rushes towards the sound, frequently looking around for enemies and traps. A strange thing. The closer they get to the voice, the less distinct the pleas become, blurring into the grinding screech of rusty mechanism. The only passage leading further into the burrow finishes in a dead end, a spacious cave. Its walls decorated in frescoes that have almost entirely faded over time. Before the companions have a chance to decide whether to look for a door or turn back, the cave floor, which seems solid with a well-trodden ash, vibrates and begins to ripple like water. One after another, the commander's companions are stuck into the thick, ashy mass, like they've stepped into quicksand. Okay, we're gonna have Beastman do this. Well, first let's have Skeletor perceive the situation. The party understands that panicking is pointless. Assessing the situation and forming a plan of action is much more useful. When they stop struggling, they notice that the quick ash seems to loosen its grips in turn. Below, they can hear a strange noise like grinding metal. Could there be a mechanism drawing the quick ash downward? The exit from the cave is still too high up, and now the party has only one route out. Down. The commander tries to grab hold of projections on the wall. The party notices fissures in the nearest wall, and tries to grab onto the cracks to climb out. The commander's companions hang suspended above the quagmire for a time, but they cannot move any further. There are no other ledges on the wall to grab onto. Even the strongest party members begin to lose their grip and gradually slide back down. Alright, closing his eyes tight, the commander takes a deep breath and dives. The quagmire resistance vanishes as expected. The commander opens his eyes, sensing that he is in freefall. Though the gloom, he sees a spear sticking out parallel to the ground, and he manages to grab hold of the wood and hang suspended from it. Suddenly, everything jolts into action. Dozens of daggers, saws, swords, and spears spring out from all sides, whistling through the air. But this is no enemy ambush. The weapons are being brandished by the pistons and loudly scraping gears of a giant mechanism. The spear that saved the commander was so rusted in this piston that it no longer is able to move. The party has found itself in the heart of a giant metal flower, growing up and out from the ashy quagmire covering the floor. The Unrag, built by the forces of the Abyss, tries to close its petals, crushing, mashing, and cutting its victims to pieces. But years of lying dormant in the darkness have taken their toll. Its articulations move with soul-shuddering screech and become easily jammed. The mummified bodies of unlucky crusaders can still be seen hanging speared on rusted blades. If the commander wants to avoid their fate, he must. I guess we figure out how they move. Even a magical mechanism is still mechanism. From above, the commander has a good view of the Rang's inner workings. Large tooth wheels are set in motion by gear shafts. It all becomes clear. If the gear shafts can be jammed, the movement will stop. The commander is almost out of time. Another few minutes and it will all be over. Realizing that a simple escape is impossible, the commander decides to try jamming the Rang's main mechanism and the heart of the flower. He looks around for something sturdy and finds... Let's see. We can either jam it with a hammer, staff, or tower shield. Well, let's see. We don't need... I guess we can keep the staff. We can keep the shield. I guess the hammer of the... we don't need the staff too much. We'll toss the staff. Okay, tower shield. And hammer. The body of the paladin. Bo Burnham? I have not heard of their stuff, personally. I will say this. I'm not much of a video guy or, literature guy, or... I don't keep tabs on too much of videos and whatnot. I'm much more of a focus on, when it comes to Netflix, I don't watch it that much, to be in my personal observations. The most I do with that sort of stuff is when I do work offline, because I do other things aside from this. Mainly just taking care of, well, I'll get into that later on. Maybe at some point, I'm not sure. Okay. Alright, the body of the paladin clutching the warhammer in his hands, a bone hangs... Okay, so basically, everything didn't work. See if there's anything of value on the Crusaders' bodies. The commander searches the Crusaders' bodies. What the dead no longer need may prove useful to the living. Fortune smiles on him. The party will be leaving the Orang Cave richer than it went when it went in. After all its ordeals, the party finally goes up to the surface and emerge in a small chamber. Pipes protrude from the numerous openings dotted all over the walls, and they connect to a small box adorned with Baphomet's symbol. The box cries out, producing a high, plaintive noises that, when carried through the pipes, begin to sound something like "help me." The commander knows that this is just another demonic mechanism created to lure crusaders into the burrow. He smashes the box, scattering the small bolts and gears across the room. Silence reigns. There are no secrets left in this place now. Alright, we're going to go to the knapsack on a tree, and then we're probably going to teleport back. We'll ignore the Heart of Mystery for now, because we don't need to worry about it just yet. Okay, off we go here. Knapsack on a tree gets us some more supplies, and... Yep, we're teleporting back to Dresden. There we go. To Dresden, and we go to the Citadel, because we have edicts to cover. Sela strides boldly up to you and gives you a grim look.
Listen, I'm not happy to have to say this to a friend who crawled through caves with me, a friend who took Dresden with me, but, you know, I'm not one for beating around the bush, so I'll just say it. The more I see of this power of yours, the less I like it. It reeks of death and evil. I can sense these things.
Are you accusing me of something?
I'm trying to warn you. Even angels can succumb to corruption and temptation, let alone mortals. Mortals, rather. All of Mendev is behind you right now. All the Crusaders, basically all of Golarion is counting on you. If this power is leading you down the evil path, it's everyone's problem. It could even be more dangerous than Deskari and Baphomet put together. At least they're familiar foes. But if our own commander, the world's hope, turns to the darkness, that will be truly terrifying.
And what are you planning to do? Leave the party?
No, I'm not planning to do that. I, of all people, should believe that people can change for the better, but I can't just sit back and say nothing.
I'm not interested in your moral qualms. My power is just fine by me, no matter how much of it reeks of death. Sela frowns.
Look, I don't want to think that you've already been pulled too far into the darkness, that you're beyond saving. Too much depends on you. Just remember this. We're not supposed to become worse than the demons we're fighting against.
The powers I have been saving the crusade. Chill. Hail! Dorenja Stranglehold salutes you with her bad hand.
Amidst the critical shortage of supplies, the number of soldiers who call themselves the Fellow of the Crusade have set up a black market in the army. They steal everything that's not nailed down, trade medicine for swords, and spell scrolls for tobacco and rations. They know better than to ask for anything from command, so they take care of themselves, and if someone's not happy with the trade, out come the knives. I don't know how to deal with it except by alleviating the shortage of essential supplies. We should press Mendev for more deliveries, as we need to sort out our storage, and build some decent warehouses. Right now it's a thief's paradise.
An underground market, huh?
What's so bad about that?
Let them trade things.
Let's authorize it. Then there won't be a black market, just a normal legit market. If someone is in need of something, we are the ones who must provide it. We should ask the priests of many different gods. They have wealth and influence. Maybe they can help? They're fighting over food and equipment. Then let them do it. We'll host fights where everyone can provide themselves and earn supplies and gear. Let our resources go to the best warriors.
Who are these fellows of the crusade? Where do they come from?
Every army has people like them, crafty folks who are willing to survive at all costs. Keep in mind these aren't brigands, otherwise they wouldn't have enlisted in a Crusader's army. They want to free Golarion for the demons just as much as anyone, but their choice of method is indiscriminate, to say the least.
Not everyone joins the crusade out of the goodness of their heart, Commander. Some are hiding from Mendev's judgment, some are here for glory, some are dreaming of treasures and spoils. We got repentant cutthroats, illegitimate children, adventurers, rogues, all sorts of kinds. And every one of them is poor and used to not being able to rely on those in power. In their experience, everyone who has any sort of influence is a greedy cheat, and only common folk can be honest. That's why they call them Fellows of the Crusade. They're your fellow soldiers who are trying to make things fair in their own ways, and others follow suit. Whether they really believe them or they're just doing it as a jest, who knows? Why don't we deal with the root of the problem? We can always purge our ranks of the fellows of the crusade and put everything back in order. Because they are not the root of the problem. When the army has everything they need, these fellows are just like any other soldier. But when it's like this, empty warehouses, rotten gear, not enough food to eat, many may be forced off the straight and narrow. These are ordinary soldiers. They're not saints, that's true, but they're not hopeless reciprocates either. But when you charge into battle every day, you learn to value your life. And you get used to the idea that you're the only one who's responsible for it. Your commander's not your mommy or daddy, and they're not going to appear on the battlefield and give you a potion to save you from a curse, or die for you if you don't have one in your bag. So they make do. Arushale, what are you doing on the council? You think I shouldn't have joined? Arushale looks away sheepishly. It's just, well, I spend a lot of time studying on how armies work, both Crusaders and demonic. When I was spying, I think my advice might be useful. Or at least, I hope it will be. But if I'm a bother, I'll leave, of course. I'd like to hear about your suggestions in more detail, everybody. Woljiff, what are you suggesting? Fighting under the counter trade goes about as well as smacking needles with a stick. Swing all you like, even pave over it. It'll just grow through the stone. If the soldiers are trading, it's because they gotta, so let them trade out in the open. We'll build them a market and keep an eye on it to make sure there's no tussle, that the trade's more or less honest. We'll even be able to make a tidy sum out of it ourselves. The Queen has put you at the head of a disciplined army. Are you sure these kinds of liberties won't hurt that discipline and turn them into a mercenary gang? Arushale, what's your plan? The churches of many gods support the Crusaders' cause. They heal, bless, pray. If we ask them, maybe they'll help us ease the shortage of provisions and gear. I'm sure that, if we build some shrines, the priests won't refuse to help us. The priests are gonna help us? Give me a break. They're only generous with prayers and good wishes. Winnidub, what do you say?
I say that armor, weapons, all of it must go to the best. We'll build a fighting pit and invite any soldier who wants something to compete. The winner walks away with the supplies, the loser gets some training and a lesson.
It will kill the spirit of camaraderie and increase the number of non-combatant injuries, which will be another blow to our supply of healing potions. I can't approve of this plan. Drilignina, what are your thoughts? We need to keep pressing Mendev. Double or triple our efforts if we have to, until they finally get proper supply chains up and running. Let the Queen come up with a new tax or make the aristocrats pay up, or go into debt. That's not our problem. The Erosians sent us here to win a war, so let's make them take care of our needs. Honestly, at this point our soldiers don't even have a clean shirt to die in, with some dignity if they fall. She frowns. Although I'm familiar with those misers from the treasury, it's like getting blood from a stone. Mendev's already up to its neck in debts. You can't keep shaking an empty mug, but you'll never get more than 3 jobs. Alright, everything's clear. It really depends on what we want to do here. Okay, we can make markets, which increase finance points by 20, and material point income by 1, but we can only have 1 market in each fort. We can get the priest to help and get a shrine, which gives us energy, And finance points increased by 10, but only 1 in each fort, naturally. We can get the Fighting Pit, which gives a +1 to initiative for all trainable units in adjoining buildings. Or we could go for more demands from Neurosian. A warehouse increases finance points increases by 1. If it's built next to an inn, material points income increases by 1. If it's built next to a supply center, energy points income by 1. Okay. I think we need to build a market. Because it's going to increase our finance points by 20 and material points by 1. I'm not too concerned with the finance points, but the material points is going to be more beneficial for us, I think. The churches are also an option. But regardless, the material points is the key here, I think. A warehouse increases finance points. A warehouse increases finance points income by 100 if it's built next to an inn. Material points income is increased by 1 if it's built next to a supply center. Okay. Energy points income by... And energy income increased by 1 if it's built next to a sanctuary. Yeah, no, we're going to go with Bulljiff's option. We're going to get finance points 20 and material points income by 1. Bulljiff, set up a market. That's the wisest solution right there. The market will fix everything on its own. When there's trade, there's gold in life. Thank you for making the call, Commander. I'll report all further developments directly to you. If we run into anything else that requires your attention, I will immediately convene our council. Hello. Captain Ozdan salutes you and looks over the military council intently. Our intelligence was correct. Korasmada's host of marches on Dresden. In his position, the wisest course of action upon reaching the walls would be to lay siege and wear down our forces with nuanced raids. However, my experience tells me that he will act differently. This is going to be a full-on assault, a decisive display of his power. When the enemy moves in our position, we must meet them with a hail of arrows from the walls, gaining the full advantage of our superior defensive position. To prepare our army for this battle, I propose to pass a reform and increase the presence of ranged troops in our ranks. I believe light-armed slingers, a great number of who can be trained quickly, will be adequate for our purposes. And once the demons get to them, every one of those slingers will be slaughtered. I say we only recruit experienced, seasoned rangers who have traveled far and wide and know how to defend themselves in any situation. Captain Odon's correct to assume that our ranged troop can manage with light armaments. However, the troops themselves must be of exemplary quality to complete the task at hand. I suggest we pick the most adept archers we have, and have them undergo rigorous training until they become true marksmen. Greybor smiles condescendingly. In my experience, in a fight with a dozen quick and accurate archers, the most valuable among them is the one who knows how to pick the right target. You don't learn that kind of skill on the archery range, only in action. Call some headhunters, hard-boiled cutthroats who live by their ability to put an arrow in the eye of a moving target.
I know where we can get some good sentient prey hunters. I've heard there's a lot of wild lands around where uplanders live, even worse and poorer than Neathers. They rob others for a living and call themselves bandits. Let's contact them with a promise of mercy and a generous reward, Master.
Why is he so intent on reclaiming Dresden? By capturing this city, we have gone on the offensive for the first time in decades. We have broken the established mold. That which is taken by demons rarely escapes their grasp. The liberation of Dresden could become a symbol of new hope for mortal kind, and Korsmades seeks to smother that hope in its cradle. Moreover, Dresden is a well-positioned foothold that threatens both the Worldwound and northern Mendev. Korsmades cannot fail to appreciate its significance. Yep. It is indeed 340.
But there is also a more pragmatic reason. Back in the day, Korsmadet planned to capture Dresden himself, but Nago beat him to it. If he takes it back now, he will finally have his glory, as well as further humiliating Minago. Greybor, you're not a soldier. What are you doing here? Greybor puffs his pipe and, after a short pause, says with dignity, True, I'm no soldier. However, I have a better understanding of killing than most. Besides the fact I'm not a professional soldier means I can offer you a fresh perspective and give you advice that would never occur to a career officer. I want to hear the opinion of my advisors. Why Ranger Sela? We can't bolster our ranks with hunters and shepherds who can shoot an arrow, but don't know anything about melee combat. War is not shooting partridges out of the sky. The demons could easily break through our ranks and attack our archers. And what happens then? A massacre that will leave us digging graves for a bunch of boys and girls? Rangers, on the other hand, spend their whole lives traveling, and they know what it's like to rely on no one but themselves. They're battle-hardened, and they can wield both a bow and a blade to fend off dangerous foes if need be. In worrying about the lives of individual soldiers, we must not put their safety above expectancy. The price of defeat will be the loss of the entire army, not just a few soldiers. Rachel, tell me of these snipers. If we take 100 archers and work them to the bone, in time we'll discover a dozen of real talent. They must be able to remain completely focused on their combat objective, taking out one opponent after the other, and the infantry's duty is to shield such valuable assets from any attacks, with their bodies if necessary. Greybor arches an eyebrow and smirks skeptically. You're acquiring a powerful but extremely vulnerable weapon. If we're not up against idiots, our enemy will seek our weak spot and hit us there. That's exactly what I'd do. Greybor, how are headhunters better than the others? They can use their heads rather than shooting wildly. Soldiers think the main thing is just to hit the target quickly and accurately. Doesn't matter what kind of target it is. If it's an enemy, it's good enough to them. But when you hunt dangerous prey alone, you can't help but smarten up. You learn to spot the leader in a crowd, count the guards, figure out who has the time to take an arrow for their leader and who won't. And you do your work from far away as you can, so you won't put yourself at a risk for no reason. Which is why my colleagues in trade will outclass any soldier. If you hire professionals, they won't shoot volleys into the enemy infantry with abandon. They'll take out every single spellcaster and offer hiding behind the infantry, and pay you off for your investment before the enemy even reaches the front ranks of your army. Wendigo scoffs cynically.
Headhunters are no different from bandits, except their services will cost you a lot more, Master.
Wendigo, are you seriously suggesting we hire bandits? Wendigo's voice sounds a little bashed.
Well, how are they any worse than other uplanders? They're good hunters because the bad ones, as I understand, are hanged or thrown in prison. They're vicious, decisive, well accustomed to obeying their leader, and not afraid to cross someone who's stronger. And the circumstances of their fight has taught them to strike first and without warning, dominating the enemy with a storm of arrows. These are great fighters, are they not?
Captain O'Don mutters through his teeth. Bandits standing side by side with valiant knights. What has become of our glorious traditions? Captain O'Don, can slingers compare to experienced archers? Of course not. A sling is not an accurate weapon, but it's cheap and easy to learn. Slinger's training is inexpensive and brief. Any commoner can pick up the basics, and will be able to bring a large number of ranged troops on the battlefield. Their numbers will compensate for their lack of skill. Sila's expression darkens.
Untrained, practically unarmed peasants in the rear. A perfect target.
Alright, let's see. We can either get rangers, which all archers will be converted to rangers, which means we get longbow users, which can fight in melee slightly, but they do get a boost to HP 4 times as such, which is really nice. We could get marksmen instead, which deal a lot more damage, but they're they're equally as vulnerable as archers. So they'd be effectively glass cannons in that sense. We could go for headhunters, which will have half the HP. So they're basically the middle ground between a archer and whatnot. But they can do return shooting, which allows them to, I guess, attack in retaliation. It's like an attack of opportunity, I would say. As for bandits, they're bandits, obviously. Bandits are going to have short bows. They are relatively strong, but as you can probably expect, bandits are bandits, naturally. They are pretty good. They do have a penalty in close combat, but they do have rapid shot. So, compared to the normal person, they will fire twice instead. So we can go with the chaotic move, or we're going to go with the marksman. I think the chaotic move is actually pretty good. It's unexpected, but it works. Otherwise, we go with the marksman, which have a 24 to hit. So, let's see. Well, let's see. Bandits, they have a 19 to 19. The archers have a 24. The rangers have a 16. I think the bandits are overall the best. They're a little stronger than headhunters. They attack twice instead of once, so that's more attacks on the field. So, and they got a bit more HP than the common units, compared to snipers, which, well, going by this, they have precise shot, so... And we're not usually engaged in melee, in the most part, for the archers, like in the beginning of the fight anyways, so I think rapid shot's best. If bandits will serve us well, let's hire them.
If you believe the rumors, these forests and mountain bandits are similar to neithers. They live in constant danger and get their food through blood and violence. If that's true, they'll make good soldiers.
I hope these measures will be enough to repel Khazmardez's onslaught. And if not, those who come to take our place will learn from our mistakes and fare better. So many strange, terrible things are happening here. Marco, a fisherman from the tiny peaceful village of Chili Creek, enters the hall. I saw enough horrors on my way here to last a lifetime. But of course, I didn't show up empty-handed. The whole village took up a collection of the war effort. It's not much, mind you, but it's something. We're just doing our part, however small, to help you win this war. How did you get up here? By pure luck, I figure. You're surrounded by all this horror. The land is dead, the trees are all gnarled and twisted. There are monsters roaming around everywhere, ready to jump at you at any moment. Thankfully, I ran into Crusader Patrol and they brought me here. If it wasn't for them, I would have ended my trip in the teeth of some nasty beast, that's for sure. How are things in the village? Everything's been peaceful and quiet. I get wistful just thinking about it. Now I'm kicking myself for being such a fool. Why didn't I just stay at home? What was I thinking, dragging myself all the way out here to Whirlwind? You know, it's just not right. Sitting home quietly, hiding behind the heroes who risk their necks for us every day. So I decided to pay you a visit. How's your Na doing? He is settling in, that's for sure. Almost one of us now. Heals the sick, fixes the nets with the others. Before you know it, he'll be learning how to swim. The fisherman chuckles good-naturedly. Would you like to stay here with us? No, thank you. Hate to say it, but I'm no crusader. Fighting demons is not really my thing. I'll get some rest before I head out. Take a day or two to look around the fortress. They'll give me some stories to tell. Then I'll head home to Chili Creek. I've already seen more on the trip than I already have in a lifetime. Anyways, you better come back and see us. We'll be waiting. Thanks for the visit. Thank you for defending our peace and quiet. The fisherman bows respectfully. We've gathered up something else for you heroes, but I couldn't bring it with me. It was too heavy to carry. Come to our village, and you can pick it up yourself, and pay us a visit while you're at it. We're always glad to see you. Well, I'll see you later. Good luck with the fighting. Huh. Interesting. Let's see if there's anything else to manage. Yeah, we'll see if there's anything else left to manage, and we'll go from there, I suppose. Okay, decrees, we've got unscrupulous heir. Okay, naturally. Is there anything we can upgrade currently? The most we can do is refugees reinforcement and hunting down mutiny. I guess there's Xanthir's experiments. That's going to require 14 days. But I see no merit in doing it, unless I was going the swarm route, which I'm not. We could increase the recruitment growth for trainable units. It does reduce the morale of the armies, though. We're fine. How's the campaign looking? As it stands, we can't go any further with anything we're here, so I guess we just keep the peace. Yeah, we're gonna go back there. Send these skeletons over. Okay, it seems like we got some hedge knights. Nice. Skeletons are coming in clutch. We'll quickly go over here and pick up the skeletons here. There you go. Okay, hedge knights. Let's see. We got 2 great axe. Okay. How's our recruitment process? Oh, lovely. We've got bandits. Nice. Okay. And hold on. If I am correct, yep, we've got bandits in our army now. Who are going to make up quite a bit of the forces, actually. Okay. Okay, there's no I guess we can recruit some. Okay, we can't recruit there, but we can recruit here. Okay, there we go. Okay, nope. We can recruit shield bearers, I suppose. And mountain scouts we don't need, so... Okay, we're going to go to information. We're going to split up this unit. There we go. We're going to have the guys here go back. We're going to have them go over to here. Okay. There we go. And we'll have these guys go over to the army here. Going to take them a while, but that's fine. Kind of expected it. Let's see, hedge knights are fine. Yeah, we should be fine with these guys. Okay. Alright. I think that's all the edicts we can do. The only thing that we do have to cover is really just various areas that come up. I think we got a few days of leeway before we're finished, so I guess all we gotta do is wait for our, yeah, we just gotta wait for the conclusion of the skeleton thing, so that way we can handle edicts for our specific necromancy route. I think we can get away by leaving at this point. As for what we do, I'm not sure. Okay, let's see. What can we do? We can go to Heaven's Edge, I suppose, and get something nice. We can go to Chili Creek if we want to visit. Apparently there's some loot there if we want to grab it. We can also go down and go to the Crimson Dust and see about exploring that area. We can go to the Rains of the Disgusting Feast, go to the Core of Riddle. We can check out the makeshift lab, Legacy of the Ancients, and other stuff that we've missed. I'm worried about the Regents, but we can't really do much about that. Petrified Traveler is another thing entirely. Heart of Mystery is another thing that we won't be able to address. Let's see. Reagents, reagents. Let's see. Legacy of the Ancients is buttons, apparently. And yeah, most of this is just consumable ingredients. I think we're better off going over to the Murky Grotto and going to do more of the hard grind from the ship. We're gonna go to the Murky Grotto and we're gonna prep for that. Alright, we're not gonna load, but we are gonna save. Memento Mori. Not on the top of my head. 1 second. From what I'm reading, it's a memento of death. Or at least at the very, very vagueness of it. Okay, we're exhausted now, but we should be able to get to the grotto quite easily. There we go. Alright, we need to get our defense squadron up. We're going to have them engage the demon army. There we go. And powers we gain. Okay, we're going to need to do Scorching Ray on the Succubi to get rid of them. There we go. We're going to do Magic Missile on the Cultist Mages, because I assume they're going to be the worst of the worst. We are going to smack the Elementals here with the Giants. Oop. We're going to activate our defenses here, attack the Brimmerarchs. Activate defenses, attack the Imps. Oh, there goes one of the Giants, there goes another. Rip. Alright, we are going to destroy the Fire Elementals first. There we go. I know what I should have done. I should have done the Bone Arrow to get rid of both of them. That way I would have gotten rid of both units here. We're going to set up here. And we're going to prop up here. Ah, pain. We won't be able to do that, but we can send a magic missile here. We are going to move out of the way, so that way we can trigger a powerful blow here. There we go. We recount our losses, and we continue on. And for that, we've repelled the assault immediately, apparently, so that's good. Oh yeah, no, it really did. As I'm going through these sorts of streams, time really just passes. Then again, I constantly talk, so that's part of the reason. Okay. Okay, we have a choice between Arcane and Divine magic power to increase our power per level per it. We're gonna go for Arcane magic, because we use Arcane magic a lot. And yep. Bow and Arrow counts as an arcane spell, so that increases power significantly. We are going to move back now. The new army that was forged as a result of this. Well, first we're going to move over to get united here. Alright, we've got more troops, 135, nice. Alright, you guys are going to rush over here. Off we go. Down to 0-1-0. There we go. Advanced Squadron is going to unite with these guys. There we go. 33 units. Alright, skeletons. They're fine. Alright, we got some zombies. We are going to have them do a forced march back. There we go. And the skeletons, we're just going to have these be undead wanderers, I suppose. Oh god, the cursive there is weird. Oh god. That's ominous. Yep, the advanced squadron is still powerful as it is. Okay. Resupply squadron, defense squadron, crusaders, undead wanderers is like a very weird text. Oh god. It's not a bad thing though. I'm not going to deny that. Before we enter the location, we are going to save. Because I would like to rest here. We are going to change from a cheese crostata to a... I think we go for midnight soup or something else. Because it's going to be a difficult fight no matter what we do here, so... I think we go for... We need to go for something nice and easy, but... something that's going to give us benefits. I think the midnight... maybe not. Let's go with the... Godseed set now. God, I'm having trouble. Let's go with the, let's go with the onion soup. At the very least, we're getting a bonus to saving throws. Here. Yeah, we're going to change our current recipe because we're going to be doing a lot of fighting. Okay. With that, we go to the Murky Grotto. Although, I'm probably going to have to wrap it up, like, really quickly at this point. Well, at the very least, I'll get onto the ship. Because I did show a little bit of the ship, but we're going to dedicate some time to actually going on the grind. At the very least, it will make us a little bit more powerful for when we get into, you know, other dangerous fights. Better prepared now than later, after all. Okay, before we go onto the ship, we're going to go talk with the chaplain here. Show me what you got for equipment. Price in descending order. Okay, we've got +3 lockpickers kits. Yeah, we don't need those. Cold iron ammunition, no. Show me your potions and scrolls. Price in descending order. Okay, you got some high quality stuff. You also got scrolls of raised dead. We're gonna grab 3 of these. Okay. Oh, there's beast shapes and whatnot. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. Let's see, beast shape, level 6 type scrolls. Okay, nothing too crazy. Got some genie kinds. Got some elemental body spells, which is pretty good. Because it is technically a polymorph spell that we can take advantage of. Let's see. 4 to defense. You can get 4 to dexterity. I guess elemental body would be bad, but... let's see what else there is. Okay, there's polymorphs into leopards. Small elementals. We got communal stone skin on a whim. I think the best option is honestly the air elemental here, I think. But that's a slam, not a claw. Okay. It's gonna be annoying. Hold on. We could also become a large bear with B-shape 3, now I think about it. Let's see. Here we go, B-shape 4. We can either become a wyvern, which gets us a sting effect, or we can become a simildon, which gives a -2 dexterity regardless, but it does get us claw attacks. This gets us talons attacks, a bite attack, and a sting with poison. We could also go shambling mound route, which will allow us quite a lot of interesting effects. I'm gonna go with the Simildon here. I have no idea why I'm grabbing these. Well, I guess I know what I'm grabbing these for, but they're gonna be needed for our they're going to be needed for Triclops, because obviously he's going to be transforming quite a bit, so better be safe than sorry. Okay, we're going to grab about 20. There we go. That should be enough. Alright, item-wise, let's see. What do we want? Let's see. We've got Eluding Swing, which is Ghost Touch. We don't want that. Awakened Driftwood is not something we're going to be using. Beastman's already got his effects. Triclops already has a ranged attack, but we can probably change him to something more dexterous, I would imagine. If he was proficient with the Elven Curved Blade again, he would probably be able to benefit from this. But there's no need to focus too much on that now. Okay. We don't need that. Balanced Defender is a good staple, but not necessarily for him. We're better off with Frost Embrace. We're keeping the Glaive, obviously, for obvious reasons. Okay, Evelyn, crossbows or bows, nothing too special yet, nothing here. Skeletor could probably get a benefit from the Balanced Defender, or really anything. Let's see. No, we should be fine. Okay, armor. Okay, if we have the Fervor class ability, which we do not, then yeah, we leave that alone. Chain shirt as well, we leave that alone. Fencer's Gift. These gloves grant their wearer +3 damage bonus to the second weapon when dual wielding or wielding a two-handed melee weapon. If the wearer has a weapon training ability, is wielding a weapon it gives a bonus to, that bonus increases by +2. Okay. So, to the second weapon when dual wielding or wielding a two-handed melee weapon, if the wearer has a weapon training ability, it increases that bonus by 2 in addition to whatever its go. It's not good. Okay, we do have a old grimoire, which will allow us to grant the owner 3 slots of first level spells, 2 for second level, and 2 slots for third level spells, for the wearer's spellcasting class with the highest cast level. So basically, it's 3 additional first level spells, 2 additional second level, and third level spells, which is nice. Actually, for Skeletor, that might actually be a very good godsend, so we'll give him that. Brazen Whip is probably just going to be a staple for him, so we'll keep that. We'll take off the Lesser Maximize now at this point. But we'll put the book here, we'll get the Brazen Whip there we go. Okay, Passion Sweet Poison we keep, that's a Dominate spell, just waiting to be used. And I guess we go Lesser Maximize, because that's a third level spell technically. Editor's Wrath only works for Smite. Wand of Call Lightning, no. Extend spell is probably not going to help, unless it's from Beastman here. So we'll get the Extend spell ready. Let's see, we're going to want... yeah, we don't need anything here beyond that. Okay. Gonna save here. Let's get aboard. Take me to the ship. Alright. So here's what we're going to do next stream. We're going to be riding the voyage, and we're going to continue on our merry way. Through the Abyss. Or more specifically, the Mid-Eye Isle DLC. We're going to try and go as far as we possibly can, maybe even get some level ups, because we're getting close to level 14 at this point. So we might as well grind here, try and get what we can, and we'll go from there. But yeah, I'm going to wrap it up here. For those of you on YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification if you want to see more stuff. I stream daily, so if you want to catch my streams, you catch me 3/7 MST time, excluding Sundays, of course. For those of you on YouTube, if you want to get to my, for those of you on YouTube, God, I lost complete track of that, jeez. Let me start again. For those of you on YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification when you see more of the stuff. I stream daily, streaming 37 MST time. If you want to catch my streams, the best way to do so is search me up at FYMyPawn at twitch.tv. You can check my YouTube channel, and you should be able to get to my Twitch and Twitter respectively there. Or you can check the link down below in the video description of the video you're currently watching. In this case, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. For those of you on Twitch, or those of you from YouTube come from Twitch, welcome. Your support is always appreciated. The more support I receive, the more content I give you guys. Once I hit 50 followers and 3 viewers, which is getting really close, mind you, I should be able to reach affiliate status, which will allow me to give you guys some more content. This can range from stream alerts, which I'm currently introducing. So I'm going to be introducing some more active alerts, which you can spend your channel points on. Currently they are free, so if you want to dabble with that, you can. But yeah, that's just going to be how I, encourage people to just interact with the scene, even just a little bit, if they're, around. But I digress. Once I hit 50 followers and 3 concurrent viewers, I should be able to reach affiliate status, which will allow me to give you guys plenty of more content. This can range from badges, which you guys get specially. I can grant you guys VIP to certain people. Or literally anything else I could think of. I'll try and add what I can and make it as best an experience as possible when you come into stream. But yeah, your support is always appreciated. All I would ask for is just getting my name out there and follows if you are willing to provide. I'm not going to force it though. Do what makes you happy. But I digress. For those of you on Twitch who want to get to YouTube, the best way to do so is using the YouTube search bar and searching up FYMyPawn. Alternatively, if you scroll down, you should be able to see a YouTube photo among the 4 options. If you click that YouTube photo, it'll direct you to my YouTube channel. Or, if you're watching for the VOD section, you can check the VOD description down below, and there should be a link or 2 in the description. If you copy and paste one of those links, it'll direct you to my YouTube channel. But yeah, I digress. For those of you who want to see my older content, best way to do so is on YouTube. It has everything since day 1, so if you're looking for something specific, such as the entirety of the series of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, that is the best way to do so. If you want to see my new stuff, everything's on Twitch. I have about 6 days worth of content specifically, because I do not stream on Sundays. So if you're looking for something specific that is new, that is the best way to do so. But otherwise, rely on YouTube if you want to see my older stuff. Or just want to see an entire series from start to finish. Everything's saved in VOD, so just take your pick on whatever you like. It's all there, sorted, organized, and even put into little boxes for you guys to, put into a playlist and just watch to your heart's content. But I digress. It's nice seeing you, Aqueduct, and I'm going to wrap it up here. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I know I did. And I'll see you guys next stream. Take care, everyone, and have a good day.